May we greet you all in the Balinese way of Om Swastiastu, which means that may health and prosperity always upon us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita bersama. May peace be upon us. A very good afternoon and welcome to all of you ladies and gentlemen on the G20 Indonesia Presidency Agriculture Working Group Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. Let's give a round of applause for our Global Forum today. Thank you. On behalf of our host, the Ministry of the Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, allow us to extend our gratitude and also a warm welcome to our guests of honor. His Excellency, Professor Dr. Haji Syahrul Yassin Limpo, the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Her Excellency, Mary Claude Biebel, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food of Canada. His Excellency, Professor Dr. Fahid Kirisci, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. Honorable the Governor of Bali, Bapak Wayan Koster. Honorable Chair of the G20 Agriculture Deputies, Dr. Kasdi Subagiono. Distinguished delegates, families, moderators, and also all of you, each of you here, the participants of the Agriculture Working Group Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformations. Let's give each of us here a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Putu Dian Ariswari, and it is indeed an honor for me to be able to be your Master of Ceremony for this Global Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, here as you can see beside me is the colorful, traditional Balinese and also Javanese, Borneos, as well as Sumatra. So each represents the uniqueness of Indonesia's. Indonesia, as we know, is the largest archipelago in the world that makes it rich on arts, traditions, cultures, and everything here is always beautiful. It makes Indonesia is very well known as a wonderful destination. And now a glimpse of Indonesia's beauty will be presented to all of you here through a traditional performance. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, this is the wonderful of Indonesia. The Wonderful of Indonesia, presented by the Indonesian Agricultural Development Polytechnic of Bogor. Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, digitalization can contribute to reduce the gender gap in agriculture, and also it can empowering the women and also youth to increase sustainability. Our forum today specifically addresses the issues in digital agriculture. As an introduction towards our discussion today, we will now invite the Director General of the Agency of Agricultural Extensions and Human Resource Development of the Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Dedi Nursyamsi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Mr. Wayan Koster, Governor of Bali Province, His Excellency Professor Dr. Syahrul Yassin Limpo, Minister of Agriculture of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Chu Dong-yu, Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Excellency Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, good afternoon and greeting to all of us. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Indonesia, allow me to welcome you to the Global Forum on Digital Agricultural Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, held today on 27 September 2022. This meeting is part of the series of events of Agricultural Working Group under the G20 Indonesia's presidency. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the world is at a turning point, just coming out of the COVID-19 crisis. We are optimistic in identifying steps for recovery and strengthening our agri-food system amid climate change. For G20 presidency this year, Indonesia presents the themes of Recover Together, Recover Stronger, with the aim of encouraging all countries to work together to achieve a stronger and more sustainable world recovery. Here in the Agriculture Working Group, we will be discussing ways to recover from the pandemic and build more resilient agri-food systems. Agriculture and food system currently is facing an unprecedented array of challenges, including price volatility of food commodities and fertilizer, food insecurity, unpredictable market conditions, and geopolitical tension and protracted crisis. All of these are exacerbated by rapid urbanizations, aging farmers, shifts in dietary patterns and livelihood system, natural resource depletion, and the long-term crisis of climate change. Thus, it is important to continue our effort to bridge the gap that affect the underperformance of agriculture in many countries. Within this background, this side event focus on recognizing the potential and essential contribution of women and youth to the future of agriculture and food system through digital technology. Digitally well-versed young people can contribute to transforming rural agriculture into a more productive, attractive sector. Efforts are being made to understand the specific characteristics of young people, including women, in creating conducive working environment for them and identifying the best method to nurture their talents. In this context, we will optimize this forum as a platform for sharing policies, development programs, initiative and action on digital agricultural transformation in accelerating women and youth entrepreneurship. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. This event is conducted in hybrid manner. We are grateful that there are more than 100 participants from various stakeholders are joining in this important event, including G20 member countries, invited countries and international organizations, as well as agricultural business actors, including youth and women from around the globe. We will start at this forum with the welcoming remarks by Governor of Bali, followed by opening remarks by the Minister of Agriculture of Indonesia. After that, we are pleased to have His Excellency, Dr. Chu Dong-il, FAO Director General, to deliver a keynote speech in this event. Following the opening session, there are three main events. First is the high-level ministerial dialogue, followed by panel session 1, which focus on leveraging digital agriculture and revitalizing the role of women and youth toward agriculture entrepreneurship. The first panel session will be presented by the representative of international organizations, research institutions, and government sector. Then, we will continue with panel session 2, which focuses on sharing current perspectives and initiatives to increase the participation of capacities of women and youths in implementing digital agriculture. We will hear interactive discussion among agri-startups and the private sectors. The event will be closed at 5 p.m. by the chair of the Indonesian Agriculture Working Group, who will deliver a closing and wrap-up remarks. That is all. Finally, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is my introductory notes and event overview. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Dedi Nur Shamsi, the Director General of the Agency of Agricultural Extensions and Human Resource Development of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Bali is known as the island of gods. That makes anything you find here is interesting and beautiful. From the beautiful sands on the beach, and then also the uniqueness of its cultures, the warm smiles of the Balinese people, to the lush green rice terrace. And not just focusing on the tourism itself, Bali is currently focusing on its agricultural sector by promoting organic farming, or by what our governor always said, by making Bali as Pulau Organik or organic island. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome will be delivered by the Governor of Bali. Please welcome Bapak Wayan Koster.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan rahayu untuk kita semua. Yang sangat saya hormati Bapak Menteri Pertanian, yang juga sahabat saya, Bapak Syarif Yassin Limpo, beserta jajaran. Yang mulia delegasi anggota G20, negara undangan dan perwakilan organisasi internasional yang terhormat, serta Bapak dan Ibu undangan sekalian yang berbahagia. Marilah kita mengucapkan puji pangastuti yang ngayu bahagia kehadapan Hyang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas asung ketewaru nugerahnya kita dapat hadir bersama dalam acara yang sangat penting hari ini di Provinsi Bali. Sebagai Gubernur mewakili pemerintah Provinsi Bali dan masyarakat Bali, saya mengucapkan selamat datang di Pulau Bali, Pulau Dewata yang kita cintai bersama, pulau yang memiliki kekayaan, keunikan dan keunggulan adat, tradisi, seni budaya serta kearifan lokal yang menjadi fundamen kehidupan masyarakat Bali, termasuk di bidang pertanian. Pertemuan yang dilaksanakan hari ini, Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Acceleration Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, hari ini merupakan suatu kepercayaan buat kami di Provinsi Bali, sekaligus ikut mendorong percepatan pemulihan pariwisata dan perekonomian Bali. Izin saya perlu menyampaikan, melaporkan dalam forum yang terhormat ini, selama ini perekonomian Bali lebih dari 54% bergantung dari sektor pariwisata. Dan selama 2 tahun lebih terjadi pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda seluruh negara di dunia, dampaknya terhadap Bali luar biasa. Pariwisata Bali lumpuh total dan perekonomian Bali mengalami keterpurukan. Sehingga pada tahun 2020 perekonomian Bali mengalami kontraksi sebesar minus 9,31%. Terendah dan terdalam di Indonesia dan baru pertama kali terjadi dalam sejarah di Provinsi Bali. Kemudian membaik pada tahun 2021, namun masih mengalami kontraksi. Pertumbuhan ekonomi Bali mencapai minus 2,47%. Dan sejalan dengan membaiknya pandemi COVID-19 di Bali, pada tahun 2022 triwulan pertama sudah positif mencapai 1,46%. Dan triwulan kedua meningkat positif menjadi 3,04%. Jadi pemulihan pariwisata dan perekonomian Bali sudah mulai terjadi sejak dibukanya wisatawan mancanegara tanpa karantina tanggal 7 Maret 2022 yang lalu. Kejadian pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda negara di seluruh dunia dan terutama sekali bagi kami di Bali yang bergantung dari sektor pariwisata membuat kami harus melakukan evaluasi total, retrospeksi dan introspeksi untuk melakukan perubahan dengan melakukan transformasi ekonomi Bali dengan ekonomi kreatif Bali. Ekonomi yang harmonis terhadap alam, ekonomi yang ramah lingkungan, ekonomi yang menjaga kearifan lokal Bali, ekonomi yang menjaga sumber daya lokal Bali, berkualitas, bernilai tambah, berdaya saing, tangguh, dan berkelanjutan. Dengan adanya pandemi COVID-19 ini, kami tidak bisa membiarkan perekonomian Bali terus bergantung kepada pariwisata. Transformasi ekonomi dengan ekonomi kreatif Bali ini meliputi 6 pilar perekonomian Bali yang menjadi sektor unggulan. Yang pertama adalah sektor pertanian dalam arti luas dengan sistem pertanian organik. Yang kedua adalah sektor kelautan dan perikanan. Yang ketiga adalah sektor industri manufaktur dan industri berbasis budaya branding Bali. Yang keempat adalah sektor IKM, UMKM dan koperasi. Yang kelima adalah sektor ekonomi kreatif dan ekonomi digital. Dan yang keenam adalah sektor pariwisata berbasis budaya, berkualitas dan bermartabat. Saya ingin melaporkan dalam forum yang terhormat ini, kami di Bali saat ini tengah gencar menyelenggarakan sistem pertanian organik yang diatur dalam Peraturan Daerah Provinsi Bali nomor 8 tahun 2020. Saat ini di Bali memiliki 70.000 hektar sawah. Pada tahun ini targetnya sampai bulan Desember 40.000 hektar sawah sudah organik. Dan Bali memiliki 200.000 perkebunan yang menghasilkan buah-buahan dan sayur-sayuran, 154.000 hektar sudah organik. Dan kami akan tuntaskan kekurangannya organik semua pada tahun 2023. Dan kami bertekad Bali semua harus total organik, menjadi pulau organik agar menghasilkan pangan yang sehat dan berkualitas serta tidak menimbulkan polusi bagi lingkungan, tidak merusak lingkungan, sehingga ekosistem alam di Bali akan terjaga dengan baik. Sejalan dengan itu juga kami telah melakukan hilirisasi pertanian dengan mengembangkan industri olahan untuk menghasilkan nilai tambah perekonomian yang berbasis pada kearifan lokal Bali. Dengan demikian ke depan kami berharap pertanian akan memberi kontribusi yang lebih besar terhadap pertumbuhan perekonomian Bali dan akan membuat Bali ini akan lebih mandiri dalam bidang perekonomian, dan kami mewujudkan Bali akan menjadi pulau yang berdaulat di bidang pangan. Agar betul-betul perekonomian Bali bisa tumbuh secara berkelanjutan dan sekaligus juga menjaga kearifan lokal dengan ramah lingkungan. Dan saat ini kami juga melibatkan para generasi muda untuk menggeluti dunia pertanian. Tidak lagi rame-rame menjadi pelaku usaha pariwisata, karena pariwisata ini sangat rentan terhadap faktor eksternal, baik keamanan, bencana alam maupun bencana non-alam. Kami harus secara cepat mengedukasi masyarakat agar juga menggeluti pertanian dengan serius yang diyakini mampu meningkatkan kesejahteraan, sekaligus juga akan memelihara tradisi pertanian di Bali yang sangat terkenal seperti subak maupun juga tradisi-tradisi pertanian lainnya yang menjadi warisan yang adiluhung dari leluhur kami di Provinsi Bali. Itulah sebabnya kami sangat ingin mendapat masukan dari forum ini untuk memajukan pertanian Bali agar menjadi pertanian yang modern sekaligus juga tangguh, yang membuat Bali ini akan mampu berdiri di atas kaki sendiri atau berdikari dalam bidang ekonomi, sekaligus juga memelihara budaya dengan kearifan lokalnya di bidang pertanian. Dalam kesempatan yang baik ini kami menyampaikan terima kasih kepada para peserta yang telah berkunjung ke Bali dan datang ke Bali ikut mempercepat pemulihan pariwisata perekonomian Bali yang telah terpuruk selama ini. Itulah sebabnya kami juga berharap agar mendapat dukungan penuh dari forum ini bagi kami di Provinsi Bali, karena Bali tidak saja miliknya orang Bali, tapi Bali adalah menjadi miliknya masyarakat Indonesia, bahkan menjadi miliknya masyarakat dunia, karena Bali menjadi destinasi wisata utama dunia. Maka akhir kata kami mengucapkan selamat mengikuti acara Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship dalam rangkaian pertemuan Agriculture Working Group G20 kepada seluruh peserta, dan selamat agar acara ini berlangsung dengan lancar serta sukses dengan keramah tamahan alam masyarakat Bali serta budaya Bali. Terima kasih. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to the Governor of Bali, Bapak Wayan Koster Suksema. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier, globally, the average age of farmers are 60 years old, and young people are increasingly pursuing a non-agricultural careers. But now, with new technologies, innovative farming practices, and also digitalization, we can enhance the desirability of agriculture-related career path, especially for the younger generations as well as for women. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us hear an opening remarks by the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome His Excellency Professor Dr. Haji Syahrul Yassin Limpo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat. Selamat datang di Bali, Indonesia, untuk semua kita yang hadir pada kesempatan ini. Yang sangat saya hormati Bapak Wayan Koster, Gubernur Bali, yang punya tuan rumah kita di sini. Terima kasih. Yang sama saya hormati yang mulia para Menteri Pertanian dari G20, para pembicara, moderator, DJ FAO yang sangat-sangat saya banggakan, Bapak Ibu dan hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama ingin saya menyampaikan ucapan rasa bahagia atas kesempatan yang sangat berharga ini dapat menjadi tuan rumah G20 di Bali, Indonesia. Saya berharap selama di Bali, Bapak-bapak, Ibu sekalian, all delegation merasa ini negara kedua kalian. Saya sangat berharap ini menjadi sesuatu yang sangat berarti dalam sebuah memori yang panjang bagi kita semua yang selama ini menjadi harapan dari negara kita, bangsa kita masing-masing, bahkan oleh dunia, terhadap pentingnya kita bicara masalah pertanian. Saya tentu sekali lagi ingin kita sharing praktek yang mungkin bisa mendorong berbagai upaya-upaya kita untuk melakukan transformasi pertanian digital yang akan kita bicarakan, percepatan kewirausahaan bagi kaum muda dan perempuan, menyelesaikan masalah pemuda, masalah perempuan, sebagian dari masalah negara kita mampu selesaikan. Oleh karena isu ini menjadi sangat penting untuk kita bicarakan, apalagi dalam kondisi dunia yang tidak lagi baik-baik. 2 tahun kita diserang oleh COVID, semua negara merasakan dampaknya yang luar biasa. Semua berhenti. Kalau kita tidak bisa keluar rumah, kalau kita tidak bisa antara pulau dan daerah, antara negara kita tidak bisa lakukan, maka semua berhenti. Dan itu yang kita rasakan akumulasinya hari ini. Bagaimana ekonomi dunia menghadapi krisis dan inflasi yang sangat besar. Dan ternyata 2 tahun yang itu yang bertahan, yang tidak bisa, tidak ada adalah makanan. Bicara makanan, bicara pertanian. Dan apalagi kalau Indonesia sebagai negara keempat terbesar dunia dengan 273 juta orang, maka pertanian menjadi jawaban di tengah-tengah kondisi sulit. Kita baru mulai bangkit pulih kita dihadapkan dengan climate change yang tidak biasa. Pemanasan global dan climate change menjadi isu yang juga menjadi masalah-masalah yang luar biasa, menghadirkan produktivitas pertanian kita. Kalau dia hujan, membawa banjir. Kalau dia kemarau panas, rumput pun terbakar. Dan itu kita hadapi seluruh dunia. Kita bicarakan hari ini, Bapak Ibu sekalian yang sama saya muliakan. 2 hari ini, forum ini ditunggu dunia. Kita menghadapi krisis. Krisis pangan adalah krisis yang paling fundamental. Terutama kami di Indonesia tentu, Pak DJ FAO, dan 2 tahun lebih kami dihantam oleh COVID sampai hari ini. Hanya pertanian yang tumbuh 16,42% di Indonesia. Membuat Indonesia punya inflasi tidak bergoyang, kecuali Bali, Pak Gubernur. Karena ini daerah wisata. Overstock makanan Indonesia, insya Allah kalau Tuhan bisa menjagakan dengan semua prioritas, sampai 2 tahun kami siap menghadapi. Tetapi kita tidak bicara atas nama bangsa kita sendiri. Kita harus bicara atas nama bangsa dunia. Kita harus bicara atas nama G20. Belum lagi ketegangan geopolitik menjadi bagian. Yang tentu saja dari forum ini kita akan meminta untuk mengatakan berhentikan ketegangan itu. Kita menghadapi masalah serius tentang kemanusiaan. Isu ini menjadi sangat penting. Izinkan saya menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada semua Menteri Pertanian, seluruh delegasi yang hadir, rekan-rekan negara undangan, organisasi internasional atas kehadirannya, DJ yang saya hormati, dan saya tentu tidak bacakan satu persatu, takut namanya salah. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, recovery together, recovery strong adalah sebuah tema presidensi G20 di Bali, Indonesia ini. Ini mencerminkan bahwa G20 harus memiliki soliditas dan solidaritas untuk pulih dan pulihnya menjadi lebih kuat dalam mengatasi berbagai dampak dari krisis dan tantangan multidimensi ini. Tema tersebut dielaborasi lebih lanjut dalam kelompok kerja pertanian dengan mengangkat tema khusus keseimbangan antara produksi dan perdagangan pangan untuk menjamin kecukupan pangan bagi semua. Tema tersebut selanjutnya telah kami jabarkan dalam 3 isu prioritas. Yang pertama, membangun sistem pertanian dan pangan yang resiliensi dan sustainable, berkelanjutan. Pangan adalah human right. Tidak boleh ada halangan kalau itu berkait dengan masalah kemanusiaan. Kita perjanjikan sama-sama, Bapak, di tempat ini. Kita belum tahu apa yang terjadi besok. Kita dalam kondisi unpredictable, uncontinuous, unlinear terhadap semua yang terjadi saat ini. G20 harus menjadi tampil, dan Menteri Pertanian bersama semua partisipan bersama FAO akan menjadi sesuatu yang sangat diharapkan untuk menjadi jawaban dari tantangan yang kita hadapi. Yang kedua, mempromosikan perdagangan pangan yang terbuka, adil, dan kita mampu perkirakan, diprediksi, dan lebih transparan. Pak Menteri Pertanian, Turki bisa apa, Indonesia bisa apa, Jepang bisa apa, Kanada bisa apa. Ayo kita sama-sama, kita bicarakan, kita prediksi tantangan-tantangan yang ada. Mungkin untuk 2002 kita 22 ini masih aman. 2023 belum tentu. Climate change tak terbaca dengan ilmu-ilmu yang lama yang kita miliki. Membicarakan keterlibatan laki-laki dan pemuda. wanita adalah menjadi satu isu yang pasti. Harus kita dapat rumuskan dalam forum ini. Yang ketiga, mendorong kewirausahaan yang inovatif melalui pertanian digital untuk meningkatkan taraf hidup petani, khususnya di pedesaan. Digital system sudah harus kita buka antara G20. Mari kita bicara. Kita punya lahan, kita punya ekosistem, kita punya kekuatan dan potensi yang masing-masing berbeda, tapi saling membutuhkan. Bapak butuh kopi, saya punya kopi yang banyak. Bapak butuh coklat, saya punya koko yang banyak. Bapak punya buah tropis, aku punya. Itu bisa kita bicarakan. Di luar ada bot, silahkan menteri dan para delegasi melihat bot itu sebagai contoh. Sesudah itu ada business matching, trading house. Siapa tahu ada yang berminat untuk melanjutkan pembicaraan. Champion-champion saya hadirkan di sini. Kalau memang ada tersisa menjadi pekerjaan dari Indonesia untuk negara Bapak, kami siap support. Kami siap melakukannya demi untuk kepentingan masa depan kita sama-sama. Berkat dengan hal tersebut, kegiatan Global Forum yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini mengambil tema transformasi pertanian digital dan percepatan kewirausahaan perempuan dan pemuda. Melalui tema tersebut, tentu diharapkan dapat memberi gambaran secara holistik mengenai kebijakan dan upaya yang perlu dilakukan untuk mendukung kewirausahaan kaum muda dan perempuan di bidang pertanian, khususnya melalui pertanian digital. Saya pasti butuh negara Bapak. Indonesia, Kementerian Pertanian butuh negara Bapak. Kementerian Bapak di negara Bapak butuh Indonesia. Mari kita bicarakan. Sehingga rantai pasok segala barrier dan rintangan dari perdagangan kita bisa selesaikan dalam forum yang ada. Mari kita bicarakan yang bisa mempersatukan kita. Dan tentu saja kita berharap perbedaan-perbedaan bisa kita selesaikan dalam waktu yang sangat singkat. Pada era ini tentu saja berbagai teknologi dan mekanisasi menjadi jawaban dari pertanian yang makin akselerasi. Indonesia memegang tema adalah pertanian yang makin maju, makin mandiri, dan makin modern. Kalau begitu, mekanisasi dan teknologi digital adalah bagian-bagian yang tentu akan kita bicarakan. Mungkin saja Indonesia membutuhkan mesin dari berbagai tempat, teknologi dari berbagai tempat, keahlian dari berbagai tempat. Mari kita pertemuan teknologi dan keahlian itu secara bersama dalam forum 2-3 hari ini. Lihatlah Bali. Kami bersama jajaran semua delegasi ada liaison official. Bapak bisa pakai 24 jam. Mulai dari turun ke Bali sampai naik di pesawat. Ada Kementerian Pertanian Indonesia bersama Gubernur Bali akan menjaga dan mengawal Bapak kemanapun Bapak akan berada. Nikmati Bali. Bali adalah rumah kedua bagi Bapak. Kalau sekarang ini masih dalam kegiatan dinas dan serius, satu saat saya menunggu Bapak datang kemari ke Indonesia yang 17.000 pulau. Siap, saya dikontak saja, saya siap untuk mengawalnya. Jajaran Kementerian Pertanian ada 82.000 orang di seluruh Indonesia untuk mengawal negara besar ini. Oleh karena itu setiap yang ada di delegasi ini hari ini, catatkan diri kalau mau ke Indonesia. Insya Allah kami akan siap meladeni ibu bapak sekalian. Bapak dan hadirin, saya kira itulah yang dapat saya jawab dari apa yang ada. Sudah banyak contoh wirausahaan muda di sektor pertanian yang berhasil luar biasa. Ternyata memang pemuda kita lebih kreatif, militansinya lebih kuat. Wanita kita juga dengan menggunakan digital bisa melakukan komunikasi dengan berbagai pihak, sehingga tentu saja ini menjadi kekuatan baru yang harus kita dorong ke depan. Pelibatan wirausahawan berbakat termasuk perempuan yang berbakat bagi pertanian telah menjadi agenda utama untuk di banyak negara, tentu sudah berjalan, tetapi menciptakan lingkungan kerja yang kondusif dari forum G20 menjadi bagian-bagian yang akan kita bicarakan. Bapak dan hadirin sekalian, para delegasi yang kami muliakan, hadirin berbahagia, dalam pertemuan Global Forum ini kita dapat mengekspos perspektif, inisiatif yang ada untuk meningkatkan partisipasi dan kapasitas generasi muda antar negara yang ada, dan perempuan melakukan implementasi by digital. Saya mempraktekkannya, mengendalikan pertanian di seluruh Indonesia melalui Agriculture War Room, melalui digital, dan efektifnya luar biasa. Saya kira di negara Bapak juga banyak hal seperti itu. Ini bisa dipertemukan dengan skala yang makin global dalam satu pendekatan-pendekatan yang operasional, tidak hanya bersifat konsepsi, tidak hanya bersifat teori, tetapi bagaimana mengimplementasikan kekuatan itu secara bersama, khususnya menghadapi krisis pangan tahun depan. Apa yang kita bisa buat? Khususnya menghadapi krisis pangan. Kalau kita rencanakan dengan baik, tidak hanya dengan teori, kita bisa lakukan sesuatu untuk kepentingan dunia, tidak hanya untuk negara kita. Mungkin saya bisa produksikan di Indonesia, tapi mungkin karena Anda bisa menjualnya ke Amerika. Mungkin Amerika bisa menjadi delivery terhadap sesuatu yang ada dari Turki. Itu pun kita bisa bicarakan dalam digital yang ada. Saya menyampaikan apresiasi dan penghargaan kepada yang mulia para menteri, semua narasumber dan moderator, serta seluruh peserta yang telah berpartisipasi pada semua pertemuan Global Forum hari ini dan besok. Setiap malam ada acara, silahkan menyaksikan tarian-tarian yang ada. Banyak tarian di Indonesia. Kami punya 37 provinsi. Kami punya 700 suku bangsa. Oleh karena itu memiliki khas dari berbagai. Malam kalian akan melihat tarian yang berasal dari Sulawesi melalui api-api yang membakar badannya dan lain-lain. Itulah penampilan-penampilan yang tentu saja kita berharap mewarnai persaudaraan kita, bahwa di G20 harus memancarkan sinar kedamaian bagi kehidupan dunia hari ini dan besok. Akhir kata, saya mengucapkan selamat berdiskusi kepada seluruh peserta, selamat menikmati keindahan budaya otentik Pulau Bali. Terima kasih DJ FAO yang selalu menuntun kerjasama internasional menjadi bagian-bagian yang harus kita orientasi kita. Ridha Allah bersama kita. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Professor Dr. Haji Syahrul Yassin Limpo, for the opening remarks and such a warm welcome. Well, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, that currently the global economy has experienced enormous challenges due to the climate change, the COVID-19 outbreak, and also the global turmoil. There are many challenges that will be faced, particularly for the agricultural sector. Digital transformation on agriculture, innovation, as well as strengthening our collaborations are essential as a preparedness. And now I would like to kindly invite you to please focus on the screen located in front of you and please enjoy the video.
Called as an agrarian country, it doesn't mean that developing agriculture in Indonesia is an easy and simple job. There are always opportunities and challenges. Not done with the COVID-19 pandemic, the world again has to deal with the climate change and the prolonged geopolitical tension between Russia and Ukraine, causing many economic sectors to fall and many countries having to deal with an economic crisis followed by the shadow of a food crisis. Behind the world's unfavorable conditions, Indonesia's agriculture is able to strengthen the economic basis and bring Indonesia not to be dragged into the brink of recession. Indonesia's agriculture is able to grow and consistently perform when the Indonesian's economy had to contract in mid-2020. This sector was able to grow positively by 19.24%. Agricultural performance is also measured through the value of Indonesian agricultural exports, which continues to increase. From the production side, agriculture is also able to show its resilience. Figures of availability of strategic food in 2020 until now is maintained and very conducive.
Utamanya petani masih berproduksi beras dan sampai saat ini harganya belum naik. Moga-moga tidak naik karena stoknya selalu ada. Dan sudah 3 tahun kita tidak impor beras lagi. Biasanya kita impor 1,5 juta ton, 2 juta ton. Ini sudah tidak impor lagi. Ini Menteri Pertanian hadir di sini. Terima kasih Pak Menteri.
Indonesia has succeeded in being self-sufficient in rice, able to increase production and meet national rice needs in the midst of Indonesia's rapid population growth. As a world-renowned institution, the International Rice Research Institute, or IRI, awarded the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Insinyur Joko Widodo, for the achievement of a strong agricultural food system and Indonesia's success in realizing rice self-sufficiency in 2019 until 2021. The strong performance of the agricultural sector faces various challenges filled with synergies and collaborations. Farmers, as the main actor of agricultural development, need the role and integrity of supporting actors who can encourage holistic agricultural transformation. Recover together, recover stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, our global forum today is as our effort to improve the role of women and also youth in the agricultural sector. And now before we proceed to the high-level ministerial dialogue panel, we kindly invite to deliver his keynote speech regarding enhancing the role of women and also youth in agriculture through digital innovations towards inclusive, resilient and sustainable agriculture and food system. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations, His Excellency Dr. Shu Dong-yu.
Salam alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, Minister Professor Limbo, and also Governor of Bali. I'm so delighted to be invited to talk with you and gather together, look at the potential that the digitalization has for our common future. To enhance the productivity and the sustainability of our agri-food systems in an inclusive manner. Digital transformation opens an important opportunity for accelerated women and youth business opportunity across agri-food systems to take concrete steps to end the hunger and the poverty. Today, our world is facing complex challenges, including conflict and war, humanitarian emergencies, the impact of the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic causing economic shocks and downturns, and often overlapping with the persistent challenge of hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition, which have been worsening over the past months and years. As many as 828 million people were affected by the hunger in 2022, 46 million people more than in 2020, and 150 million more from 2019. And globally, the gap between women and men have increased, with 150 million more women who are food insecure than men. We need to respond collectively and effectively to these global regional challenges. And we must work together to make our agri-food system more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. Digitalization played an important role in accelerating progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by diversifying incomes and unlocking on-farming and off-farming employment and business opportunities, especially for the new generations of farmers and young people. One of the G20 priorities is to ensure equal access to connectivity and digitalization for all, ensuring that the developing countries, and especially women and youth, are not left behind the fast-paced global digital landscape. FAO recognizes the need for inclusive and digital transformation, as well as the importance of ensuring inclusive and equitable access to digital technology for all by developing digitally skilled rural communities. Through digital solutions, the world can recover together quicker, stronger, smarter, and greener for sustainable economic growth and development. Digital technologies should be at the core of our actions, as they can help agri-food systems to meet the growing demand for safe and nutritious food, better manage natural resources, contribute to high quality growth in productivity, and ensure economic inclusion of marginalized groups, women and youth, strengthening their productive engagement in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that digital technology can bring further opportunity for smallholder farmers and the rural communities, providing them with tools and the knowledge of products in hand. Through the mobile phone and other digital tools, smallholder farmers can have their fingertips real-time data on soil, climate, irrigation, pest, disease, and market prices. And more important, smartphone is not only telecommunication tools, will become a new farmer's tool. That's something which we never expected when we, in the city, people only use the smartphone as a telecommunication tools. But the farmer, smallholder farmers, they get all the information on production and the marketing. And even they can establish their e-commerce from the remote villages. Based by experience during the past 20 years, it is now possible, especially in this part of the world. And populate the developed nations is so important. And Indonesia, and together with other Southeast Asian countries, East Asian countries, from South Korea, Japan, China, Vietnam, you name it, and Indonesia, of course, here. And they really have a lot of fresh experience how to establish a close connectivity from the production to the market. Young people are the best place to require the knowledge needed to uptaking new technology, made agricultural value chain more technical savvy, and spearhead the digital transformation in rural areas. The Asia-Pacific region is one of the fastest-growing markets for this digital service, which will contribute to removing barriers to the internet, especially for the vulnerable population groups, through the supporting initiatives that they improve the affordability, using capability, and infrastructure, enhance the transparency and the distribution of the resources among value chains and actors. We must leverage data, artificial intelligence, and digital public goods as accelerators to support the agricultural digital transformation. FAO is actively working towards fostering our gathering the knowledge and the global experience to accelerate the transition to the digital agriculture and the use of digital technologies for the transformation of our agro-food system for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. To ensure that this digitally enabled transformation is truly inclusive and sustainable, connectivity and capacity in rural areas must be addressed collectively. For the benefit of smallholders who are faced with structural problems, affordability issues, skill gaps, and regulatory bottlenecks that limit their access to the digital technologies, as well as to business and development opportunities. Youth and women are the first to suffer from these consequences, and they should be among the main beneficiaries of our recovery efforts and actions because of the important transformative role they play in the global agro-food systems. As rural women face greater constraints they may in accessing technology, information, and the digital gender divide in rural areas should be addressed as a matter of priority. We need to acknowledge that digital technology are not gender neutral, neither in design nor implementation. Reducing the digital gender divide is not only about expanding women's access to the digital technologies, but also about increasing women's capacity to make meaningful use of these technologies. In Asia-Pacific region, more than 41% of women were using the internet in 2019, comparable to almost 55% of men. So it's about 14% gap. And the internet use gender gap has widened 7 percentage points since 2013. This has made women more vulnerable to the social economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, deepening the existing gender inequalities. We must invest in building digital competence of the young rural people to enable them to be active participants and innovators in agro-food systems. FAO is fully committed to fostering the interest and the ability of young people to ensure decent job and livelihood in agro-food systems. Laying these critical foundations will give rise into the new emerging markets. Youth and women led the small enterprises as well as regional and local business in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is also at the core of the FAO Strategy Framework 2022-31, which will guide out work over the next decade with specific targeted measures. To enhance the transformative power of digital technology to the benefit of rural women and youth, we need concrete action and implementation at the field, institutional, and the policy levels. We also need to ensure that the security and the policy environment provide adequate protection from any abuse of market powers and to ensure they benefit from trade liberalization. digital public goods are at the center of our actions. Using innovative models for knowledge transfer from the digital platforms and knowledge bases to the field, we need policies that enable the integration of the open data, open models, and open content of actionable digital solutions accessible for everyone for long-term results and sustainable success. By working more closely together with partners on the better data and the models and making them jointly available as digital public goods, if we can provide more targeted services to public and the private sector partners to increase inclusion, resilience, and adaptation. For example, through the financial services like microcredits and the reinsurance schemes that benefit small business models, if it is continuously developing its inventory of digital public goods and offer them to the government for the benefit of their populations. In this context, I want to mention the FAO Digital Service Portfolio, which was developed to empower the farmers, smallholders, women, and agribusiness entrepreneurs in the field with the digital public goods to strengthen the use and the management of the natural resources and increase agricultural production and productivity. The portfolio disseminates updated and timely information and scaled up agricultural services, delivering country-specific advisory messages directly to the mobile devices of the consumers. Working closely with the partners on the better data and models to make them jointly available as digital public goods, and we can provide more targeted services to the public and private sector partners. Constructive dialogues, joint actions, exchanges of best practice on the use of digital technologies must be key components in shaping targeted policies for future of our agricultural systems. Another example is how FAO is working with partners globally to develop rural digital inclusion initiatives on the ground, aiming to bring the innovation closer to the needs of small-scale farmers for increased food security. FAO's 1,000 Digital Village initiative aims to convert villages across the world into a digital hub to support the acceleration of the rural transformation and reduce the digital gap, including the gender and the rural divide. The 1,000 Digital Village initiative focuses on the e-agriculture and e-services, as well as on the e-village to holistically link the farmers to other economic activities like agritourism. The Bali is an ideal place to integrate the organic farming to the tourist. And also you can really build some kind of, touching ground tourists, which is from city, from the developed nations. Yeah, that's what I developed also in Hainan Island about 80 years ago. So digital village is not only for agriculture, and for digital economy, digital governance, and digital society. Dear colleagues, that's really provided the business opportunity, particularly for women and youth in the rural areas, to diversify income sources and increase their resilience. And as you mentioned here, we have so many, 7,000 different nationality or indigenous peoples. Also, it's shown the cultural diversity. And that's really opportunity for the indigenous people to improve their livelihood and sometimes preserve their cultural heritage. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to enable effective change and harness the potential of digital agriculture, our action need to be collective and holistic in harnessing science and innovation. And we need to increase efforts towards a balanced regulatory ecosystems that will enable private and public collaboration for increased small business opportunity that will enhance an inclusive digital transformation. Digital technology can be the driving force of our future through an enabling global policy framework for wider scale application of digital agriculture tools. To achieve this, we must work in the partnership to leverage cross-cutting potential and foster synergies to accelerate progress in a sustainable manner. Ensuring equity, inclusion, safety, and security for all. Let us be efficient, be innovative, and be effective. Let us stay committed to create changes for the better world together. Digital world is our future, no matter you like or you dislike, because we already have a traditional agricultural world, industrial world. Future is a digital world. Let's work for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Shi Dong-yu. So yes, we obviously agree with what being said by Dr. Shi Dong-yu, that we need an inclusive and equal access to digitalization, include in the agricultural sector. And digital technology will be able to provide wider opportunities, especially for the smallholder farmers, to connect them with the market, as well as to support them with a sustainable and also increase their capacity. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, as currently, we are in this time of the uncertainty. Therefore, innovation, digital technology, and also entrepreneurship will be the engine in the agricultural sector. The challenges in the agricultural sector is multidimensional. Thus, Indonesia, during its presidency in the G20, prioritized 3 key point issues, as mentioned also earlier by Excellency Minister. They are promoting resilient and sustainable agriculture and food system, promoting an open, fair, predictable, transparent, and non-discriminatory and agricultural trade to ensure food availability and affordability for all, as well as promoting innovative agripreneurship through digital agriculture to improve farmers' livelihood in rural areas. Our global forum today is a beneficial forum, of course, to accelerate as well as to scale up women as well as youth entrepreneurship in agriculture. This is to show our strong commitment and also efforts on improving the role of women and also youth in agricultural sector through digital innovations. As we know that youth plays an important role in advancing and also making an inclusive recovery and digital transformations in the agricultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, after this we will going to continue with the ministerial and also high levels officials during the high level or the high ministerials dialogue. And each of the panelists will deliver short statements on the priorities, actions, as well as the partnerships in digital agriculture. On the first panel session later on, we will have a number of international organizations that will discuss on the revitalizations of the role of women and also youth in agripreneurship. We also have the startups and also the global companies that will share their frameworks in the next panel session. And of course, we hope that during this global forum today, we will have more opportunities for agricultural business development as well as the farmer to regenerate. So ladies and gentlemen, now without further ado, we will start the high-level ministerial panel session. And the theme itself for the first panel this session is country-led policy of priorities, actions, and partnership. Our high-level ministerial dialogue will be led by our moderator today. She is a renowned Indonesian national broadcaster in television, journalism, and also news production, the CNN Indonesian director and senior anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Desi Anwar. And without further ado, moderator, time is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Minister Limpo, Director General, and also Governor, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very good afternoon to you all. And I know after lunch sessions are usually quite the challenge for us, especially we are in the middle of, well, just a few meters from where we are. It's the beach beckoning, and it's the sand, the sea, and I'm very sorry that we all have to be stuck here, but hopefully this discussion this afternoon will make it worthwhile. Once again, my name is Desi Anwar. Very warm welcome to you all, and who've never been to Bali, you've got some good things here waiting for you. Welcome to the Global Forum on Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, particularly on digitalization. And what we've seen during the last couple of years of our COVID-19 experience is that we are becoming extremely and highly dependent on all things digital. All things internet is permeated every aspect of our lives, and not the least of all is in the agriculture system. And of course, we are seeing there's so many challenges ahead of us when it comes to our food production and our food distribution. Climate change is a real big problem, and the impact can be disastrous, particularly on our land and on our water and on our farmers and the farming industry. We're also seeing the rise of food prices across the world because of the conflicts that are actually still happening, particularly in the Ukraine. And of course, this will impact on accessibility to food across the world. And of course, the other thing is we need to have healthy, nutritious food at affordable price, and of course, improve the welfare of farmers, particularly in developing world. And what we would like to get from this global forum is different perspectives, lessons learned, best practices from our G20 friends. And for that, we have 5 very, very illustrious and high-level speakers, which, if I call out your name, please kindly come and join me here on the stage. We have Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food from Canada, Her Excellency Marie-Claude Bibeau. Please come and join me on the stage. Very warm welcome to you. I shall be sitting over here, so you're free to take it. Our second speaker from Turkey, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, His Excellency Professor Dr. Vahit Kirishi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Oh. Okay, all right. And from the United States, we have Deputy Secretary of Agriculture from USDA, Dr. Jill H. Bruno. Dr. Jill, a very big welcome. And from Italy, Mr. Luigi Polizzi, Director General of International and European Union Policies, Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Forestry Policies. Welcome. Benvenuto. And last but not least, from South Africa, Ms. Rosemary Nokuzola Kapa, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Okay. And we will wait for our Minister of Agriculture and Forestry from Turkey, Mansis. Welcome. It's okay. Very warm welcome. Is this your first time in Bali, or have you been here? First time. Oh, wow. I hope you're staying here for far longer than just, this. You wish. I recommend that you do stay at least for an extra couple of days. I mean, Bali is absolutely beautiful. And for us, it's so great. It's fantastic to see you know, people start coming to Bali, I mean, after 2 years of completely, you know, with our social distancing and lockdown, Bali has been really, really quiet. And I think we all appreciate having an event like this. And finally, we can see each other face to face. Yes, hello. Professor Kirishi. Okay. Very warm welcome to you, Professor. Okay, let's start with you, Madam Minister. Tell us about Canada. Obviously, the policies, particularly, I mean, digitalization is, I'm sure it's just, you know, as in Indonesia, it's an infrastructure that we're building constantly. I mean, without the Wi-Fi connection is now much higher on the Maslow, you know, ladder of need, even more than, you know, for example, our basic needs of, well, some people feel that before food and shelter, as long as you have a Wi-Fi connection, you're okay. Tell us a little bit about policies when it comes to, you know, creating digital infrastructure, particularly for agriculture, and also if there are any best practices where Canada actually prioritizes on things like women in agriculture and youth entrepreneurship.
Thank you. You were talking about Wi-Fi connection. It is becoming extremely important in the agricultural sector, of course, and this is a challenge in Canada. We have a very big country, as you know, so connecting everyone, and not only in cities, but also in rural communities, and agriculture is mainly done in rural communities. So this is definitely a priority to our government to bring Wi-Fi, high-speed internet all across the country, and obviously it's more challenging in remote communities, in the indigenous communities in the north, and we have made a strong commitment, investing a lot of money in making sure that everybody is connected by 2026. And I would say that one province is going faster because the trick was to get into a partnership between the federal government, the provincial government, and also the private sector companies. So this is developing a bit faster. When we visit farms now, we can see how much the technology is integrated in their activities. They follow everything from their cell phone now. They follow the health of the cow. They follow the different type of technologies. When we want to fight against climate change, we are investing in precision agriculture. It means that we need to have the GPS and all the satellite data. So technology is really becoming critical for the agricultural sector. And every time I enter in a big combine and I look at all these technologies, I think, oh my God, the young people, if they knew, you know, what agriculture is becoming, I think gamers would be interested in farming now. So I think it's important to inform our communities of what agriculture is becoming, how much technologies is important. And one thing that we've done, we've created the Youth Agricultural Council. So I have 30... Agricultural Council.
Okay.
So we have now 35 young people, obviously men and women, with diverse, well, actually it's a very diverse council in terms of gender, in terms of expertise, training background, regional, obviously. And these young people are so impressive. They have a different view of the future of agriculture, and I think it's extremely important to listen to them. We are working for them. We are working for the next generation. So let's make sure that we do find ways to listen to them, because it is extremely important. And they will bring to the table, I've noticed, you know, during these awareness was something very important to them. They want to be sure that the good practices are being shared. They want to be sure that people, the consumers understand all the challenges behind agriculture. Mental health is another issue that we have to pay attention to. So we have to, really care about what women and youth think about agriculture and what brings them into it.
Okay, and of course the youth are digital natives, really, right? But just very quickly, Madam, before I turn to the next speaker, but how has the digital technology and all things internet has changed agriculture in the way that it's conducted, particularly in whether it's increasing production or making market accessible to farmers or improving, prices and so on? Can you share with us?
All of the above, I would say. We are investing a lot in research and innovation, and our first objective is reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So this is one very specific example that it can help us have a more sustainable agriculture. I've mentioned precision agriculture as one example, very important in terms of digital. It is everywhere. So it is so important to make sure that everybody is connected. The way that we consult the communities also. Before developing new policies, new programs, it is important to consult with the stakeholders all across the country. And COVID has shown us that it's possible to consult widely using the new technologies.
Using Zoom these days.
Yes, we're all become experts in Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Madam Bibo. And Minister Kirishi from Turkey, could you share with us what is the digital landscape like in Turkey, and how do you address things like digital divide, and particularly in relations with agriculture? How has, or is there a specific policy in order to digitize your agricultural sector?
Thank you, distinguished guests and the ministers. Actually, we are recently producing the new IT technology, information technologies for the agriculture, in agriculture. But first of all, we are supporting some projects, especially one of them is expert hands in rural development project. In order to improve the productivity and the quality in production, we support university graduates in the fields of agriculture, animal husbandry and food, committed to living in the village. In addition, we give priority to women cooperatives in rural development programs. Therefore, cooperatives are encouraged by our ministry with the educational work and support policies at the local level in order to develop and increase the functions of cooperatives, especially for women. Since 2004, as the ministry, we provide training on the cooperatives to women farmers, and they are benefiting primarily from the incentives taking into account positive discrimination. These are the main projects which is applied by the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, I can say.
And just very quickly, how connected is Turkey when it comes to the internet connectivity, the Wi-Fi connection, the digital infrastructure? Is there still much of a digital gap, would you say, particularly in the rural areas as opposed to in the cities?
Actually, we are very, I can say, the excellent position in this context. But the Wi-Fi system and the internet can be used whole country, even the urban and the villages as well. Doesn't matter where you are. So internet is not a problem in Turkey. The farmers in the villages can use the internet and Wi-Fi and the digital technology, I can say that.
And just very quickly, how are they benefiting from having the technology? Have you actually seen their welfare improved over the years since the infrastructure is established?
Of course, we can see the differences before the Wi-Fi and the after Wi-Fi or internet systems. They are following all the facilities and the opportunities, what is going in the market or the input prices, etc. It is very useful for the farmers.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Bruno. Tell us about your experience in the United States. Obviously, you know, agriculture, it's very much a big part of the contributor of your GDP for the country. How is, you know, the policies there, particularly regarding to creating a digital connection for women and youth entrepreneurs for agricultural products?
First of all, it's very exciting to be here. And it is often said that knowledge is power. And because of this, the digital revolution and its role in how we access information and we share it and we utilize it on our farms, it's really a key factor to helping to drive the transition to more sustainable, resilient, and equitable food systems. For far too long, the digital divide has left many people in rural communities behind. It's been challenging. They have been unable to compete both domestically and as part of the global economy, unable to access resources and services to be successful. And we often talk about the use of innovation as a key to increasing productivity and profitability in agriculture, but also reducing climate and environmental impacts. But for this to be true, everyone needs to be able to access innovation. It has to be inclusive and it has to be accessible to everyone. And that's key to ensuring that we have all participants as part of our agricultural systems, especially the vulnerable and underserved populations who are critical. That includes women, that includes youth, people with disabilities, indigenous people. Everyone at the table is something that we say. Ending that information imbalance is really important. We have to leverage our digital tools and technologies. It can lead to great benefits in agriculture and advancements in our food system and the people involved. And that goes for multiple ways that we do that. We do that in the field. In the agricultural field, there are tremendous benefits both economically and environmentally in leveraging digital technology to ensure that there's more accurate planting, nutrient management, and pest management and harvesting. Producers can use these digital tools effectively to monitor their field and their crop productions. On the business side, there's the application of technology. It enables a more efficient oversight of the farm operation. We deal with business in numbers and have to make decisions related to finances. And also with the opportunity to market products at fair and competitive prices is very important. And in our communities, personally, better technology means more access to health care and to education. Those opportunities that include telemedicine and distance learning are especially important for vulnerable communities who have fallen back due to lack of these resources. In the United States, we're making historic investments in rural infrastructure. Through President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law, it has allowed us to refocus on rebuilding our infrastructure, our roads and rails, access to clean drinking water, closing the digital divide, even environmental justice. It's important to communities that have been left behind. And the law invests $65 billion to ensure that every American has access to high-speed and reliable internet. It is through our Reconnect program that we are able to provide loans and grants to expand broadband access and infrastructure in those rural communities, and that's going to lead to long-term economic development and opportunities. So More to discuss, but excited to talk about some of the challenges and the opportunities that we're facing.
$65 million.
Yes.
That's what, in 1 year or over in how many?
We are doing this in rounds.
In rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
So there will be.
And it'll be targeted. How will the money? What will the money be spent on?
Mostly infrastructure to expand the broadband technology. One thing in the United States that's critical, a large portion of the country has access to broadband and high-speed internet, but there are rural communities that we sometimes call the last mile that they just don't have. You cannot reach them, and so we have to have extra resources behind getting to the last mile so that everyone has access. And certainly the bipartisan infrastructure law and the $65 billion will help reach the farthest communities.
Okay, just very quickly, Dr. Bruno, in line, because in Indonesia, most of the farmers are like smallholders. What's the profile like of, you know, the farmer in the U.S.? And I mean, when we're talking about, you know, how big and are there smallholder farmers? Are there those who are on kind of like subsistence level, or, you know, is farming as a whole largely industrialized? I mean, what does it look like?
When most people think of agriculture in the United States, they think of the large commodity farms, and we certainly have those. They do a lot of production, especially of critical commodities. But there are way more small farmers in the United States, and many are from limited resource communities. So we have a lot of diversity in agriculture in the United States because we have large farms and we have small farms. Some of those are just a few acres, even people producing in cities in the United States. And so our portfolio is very diverse with a small number of large commodity farms producing a lot, but then many more small farms that are producing
and they're where normally? In which part of the U.S.?
They're all over the United States.
Okay.
It depends on what state you're in, and that state can tell you what commodities they produce or special crops, and everyone brags about it.
Okay, it's interesting because, you know, when we talk about the U.S., you're an exporter. I mean, we import a lot of stuff like, you know, the soybeans, for example, and wheat and corn and so on and so forth. So thank you for that insight. And I think this is, we can talk about this in our second round of conversation, the kind of challenges that we have dealing with, you know, improving the welfare of smallholder farmers. Now, Director General Polizzi, your experiences and insights from Italy, please. Of course, you know, we have a lot of exciting products coming out of Italy when it comes to agriculture, right? So tell us about, you know, the digital transformation.
So first of all, let me just to thank the Indonesian presidency for inviting me here and this forum group, and thanks and congratulate for the organization of this global forum and the item that was today, because it's a really complex, very important and complex, and I think that this is the path that we need just to overcome all the problems, all the challenges that we have during this period. What is the Italian experience? I think that it's the common experience of the other countries, not so alone. We invest a lot in connectivity, because this is important, because we speak about digitalization, we speak about precision agriculture, but this is a new technology and needs connectivity. And you stress before that we have a lot of problem between the situation in urban area and the rural area. So we invest a lot. I think that the level of the budget that we use in maybe 3 years is more or less 5.5 billion euro for these investments, this project. A lot of this project already started, the others will be in few months. And sometimes we have also some measures in agriculture policy that concern the innovation, the technology innovation in agriculture. So this is experience namely for the young people and namely for the women are very important because they are more flexible just to implement new technology and so in some sector like wine or for example livestock and so on, they invest a lot and it is a really important investment just to take all the effect of the climate change or mitigate the consequences of the climate change. So this is the route that we already just started years ago, and we continue also in the following years.
So there are actually policies and action plans too, focusing on women in agriculture and youth entrepreneurs, or is this something that, you know...
It's namely we invest a lot on the young people because, as you stressed before, the population of the farmers is not so young.
Yes, it's an aging population.
It's an aging population, and so needs just with a less reform in agricultural policy and with a strategic plan, Italian strategic plan, we invest a lot of money on the young people that can replace the old farmers. And I hope that there will be a good initiative just to change because the digital innovation, I think that is important just to achieve the goals of the sustainability in economic, in a social and environmental sector.
And what's Italy like? Is it more sort of agricultural? Is it still, there's a lot of land available for agriculture, or is it more moving more towards industrialization and manufacturing as a country?
But the situation is a little bit difficult now. So, yeah. But in any case, we have the problem over the surface is reduced year in the year. This is the problem because of the use of the land for the agricultural is used for the other investments. So this is one of the problems that we have. But at the same time, I think that just to encourage and promote young people just to invest in agricultural sector is important also, and to invest or to intervene on a credit bank, because one other problem that we have is some guarantees for the credit for the young people. So this is really important. And also is the same situation for women. But women, namely in the wine sector, is more and more present in Italy.
Yes, very important present.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially with maybe we have a new prime minister coming up who is a woman. So it's something.
Sorry?
Very. I'm sure you have a new prime minister coming up who's a woman, so it needs to be congratulated. There's not many of them.
Women has more sensitivity, I think, than the other people, and they closer to the nature. So I think that is important, his presence in the agriculture sector too.
Okay. Last but not least, Ms. Kappa from South Africa. Tell us a little bit about your experience in South Africa, particularly on digital transformation in the agricultural industry. What are the problems, challenges, and also best practices, particularly focusing on women and the youth?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and greetings to the House. South Africa has got a history of being very much inequality. Others too far below, others too high. And this country, which has got two countries in one, requires a leadership that is able to understand that those who are better off are kept on rising, and those who are at the bottom, at the end, are assisted to cope. But we have achieved this because some transformation had to be done in the Department of Agriculture in particular, because it was a Department of Agriculture, but land reform and rural development was on the other portfolio under a separate minister. But to actually coin this together, we have been able to ensure that there are clusters, so that we can actually have cross-pollination. Because if agriculture stands alone, it then does not benefit from commercial foresting and other things. On the other side, climate change and land care lies with environment. So there is difficulty in ensuring that you are able to integrate and collaborate for a better impact. On the very important issue that is being raised in this platform, that one of women and youth and people living with disabilities. We needed this because South Africa has got 9 provinces. It's a very, very wide country. And therefore, most people along the coastal, we have got the longest coast, that is Indian Ocean as well as Atlantic, meeting at a point in Western Cape Town. So the issue is now, the rural did not have any form of technology, whether ICT, whether Wi-Fi, whether a structure to create that. And secondly, agriculture has not been, in the past of our history, a matter that was very critical. And such courses did not exist at a primary level, junior level, and high school. Those who want to pursue that profession had to start at a university level. And all the technical colleges or TVET colleges were not participating in that. Now that has changed. They are actually engaging in the actual skills at a technical level, that is technical college, so that when they continue, they already have the skill and then can seek profession at a higher level, which is the university. How are we affected? We were trying our best, and our economy was brought down because, in particular, of the COVID-19, as well as the floods that actually affected our real hub agriculturally, KwaZulu-Natal, in the KwaZulu-Natal province, as well in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape. So we are now fast-tracking by ensuring that our agencies like the Council of Science and Research, they have been brought outside of the Department of Agriculture to ensure that they have their own structure, their own CEOs, to be on the ground, that is in rural areas, to ensure that there's spatial planning. Remember that land, which is millions in hectares, was actually not commercialized. It has been either customary land or traditional land where nobody could invest, even by means of, because they are not having a title deed, something, a paper that assures you that if you come from Indonesia, you want to invest, you won't be guaranteed of the sustainability. So now that we are upgrading what they used to call permission to occupy, it is now more like a title deed. That was a very long process of engagement. On technology, that one has helped us a lot. Because I said, to get to Pretoria, you've got, where the head office is, you have to get a flight and another flight. So the best way now that we are doing, COVID, bad as it was, it promoted technology. We are able to have virtual meetings. You can have virtual meetings with officials, whoever you want to engage. Another thing, rural communities, we've got very few universities, and therefore they are always left out. Even application, if you have to apply online, you have to go somewhere away where there's network and so on. Now there is a ministry as led by Minister Nchaveni, who is actually going out there together with other entities to ensure that we have necessary structures. But rural women who are literate to date, they can go to their cell phone, they can use an app, they can talk to us. We have established call centers, and when the president came with a plan of uplifting farmers after the COVID-19 and floods, he gave us a stimulus fund. And then we decided that that fund must not be via a external officer and so on, the long bureaucracy. You can sit where you are, madam, and then use that particular app and apply for pig food, chicken feed, and all those things. And once it is captured, your voucher is, you are approved. You get a voucher, you get to the next store, you buy feed for your animals. We are also providing communities, especially young people. We've got a program of training them, which is known as NARISEC, National Youth Corps. Then we take them through the army for 3 days or 4 days, just for discipline. Then they are channeled to various programs of their choice. But we take them from grade 8, not because those in matric level have other avenues, the technicons, the TVET colleges, the universities, but below that, they just actually get lost in the process. You have many students getting into the university. At a higher level, it's become more skewed because you're losing them from junior to senior. At the end, others don't qualify as in that degree. That's when we have now directly using our existing structures, teachers from Amajoni, from soldiers, from all over, they are coming. So when they come back, they form a core in their communities to support their communities going forward. But we can say other things that is they actually in TVET colleges, they get to learn about robotics and so on, and drones. And that helps to scare those who steal the livestock in rural areas. But it can only be done by young women, young youth. But at my age, we've got a difficulty with that.
It's never too late.
It's too late to learn now. So we think we're doing better and better. And also the technology that allows us to see the early warnings of a bad climate that is coming, and to issue some statements to help in that, as well as the diseases of animals.
Okay.
Animal health care. We actually use an app to identify a foot mouth and other communicable diseases of our animals. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I think you deserve a big hand here. I think you raised some really, really important point about why digital transformation is important, particularly when it comes to making not just everything more sort of efficient, but also more transparent, and it can cut down on things like losses, things like corruption, and it also make things like this aspect of legal certainty, obviously on things like land issues, who owns what and where. And I think this is why Indonesia, as in our presidency this year, is making digital transformation one of its core themes, because of all the great benefits that digital transformation brings. Now, I'd like you to, because you're all policymakers in your various countries, and this is a global forum where developing and developed countries come together, and we share best practices, and of course we want to learn from the best, and we want to have transfer of knowledge. Perhaps in this part of the discussion, I'd like for each of you to, with all the many challenges that we mentioned, with climate change, the financing of it, and also increasing, access to technology, Let's start with you, Madam Bibo. What kind of, what can Canada bring to the table, especially with, your expertise and to the G20 meeting? And what would you like to see come out of this global forum in terms of innovation, particularly focusing on the gender issue? As our SDGs is for 2030, we have to have, all these targets that need to be met. What are your ideas? What things need to be done? And what kind of partnership can all the G20 countries develop in order to address issues of women and youth entrepreneurship?
Well, once again, I think the most important thing is to include women and youth in the discussion. This is where we have to start. If they are not included in this discussion, we're not on the right track. This is the most important thing. Investing in research and innovation. I think it is very important that we invest and that we share data, we share information, we join forces. We've seen during COVID how extraordinary our science can be when we all share the data, when we all share our knowledge. So I think there's things that we can do to improve our capacity to produce. We're facing a food shortage or a food insecurity more than ever with the global growing population and inflation and everything we see. So investing in research and innovation, sharing our best practices, having an open and transparent trade as well, based on rules, based on science, obviously. But once again, as much as we can share information, be transparent, it will allow our farmers to be in a more predictable way. This is key for farming, living in a predictable, give them the predictability that can be done, because with climate change, there's so much things that we just cannot foresee. But there are things that we can share with them. And also, in terms of geography or in terms of area, so it was interesting, a few conversations that I've had earlier today, people raised urban agriculture. So this is also another path, making sure that the rural, remote areas, our indigenous communities are included and are, benefiting from all our efforts, but also bringing in the urban communities and getting them also in agriculture. And it's interesting to see from these people who think that food grow in the grocery store, that now they can, they have the opportunity to see some things growing. And this is something else that COVID has brought us, actually. We have seen many more people having a little garden in their backyard.
A little hydroponic corner where they grow their whatever lettuce and whatnot.
Yes, so this is another dimension where we can help sometimes women living in the urban environment, urban area as well, having challenges in terms of food security. So this is another step in the right direction. There's so many opportunities.
And also just, if you grow your food and you know where your food comes from and you start eating local, there's an increased desire to eat healthier, right? And do you think that the last couple of years has changed the way that people are consuming? And also now that inflation is rocketing in Europe and in the US, that food is becoming more expensive. Do you see the way, are there ways that people can eat healthily but cheaply because they can start producing their own things?
Yes, they understand better, they can eat maybe more healthy. Yes, and it makes me think of the issue of food waste. This is another big thing. So when we know more about food production, and we know more about how to prepare our own food instead of just buying outside, well, you can make a better use of the little you have. You can make it last longer. You can cook. You know what to do with it. And this is also good for food security. It's good for the environment. We can reduce our, once again, emissions by reducing food waste as well.
Absolutely, and health, because of bad diet, is one of the leading causes of death these days from lifestyle. Like type 2 diabetes, and that's a lot of it is from eating all the wrong things. Dr. Bruno, tell us what do you think needs to be done? What would you like to see come out of this global forum, and what kind of innovations, particularly for young people and for women, very important part in the equation, obviously.
Absolutely. I say it's a powerful time because we are in time of change. Many opportunities are ahead of us. In the United States, 36% of agricultural producers are women, and we do it very well. There are young people who are excited about agricultural production. They want to help address and solve the climate crisis, but the work can be very expensive. Accessing digital technologies can be very expensive. We have underrepresented communities who want to work really hard to solve the global food crisis. And I think in terms of priorities and commitments to digital agricultural transformation, there are a couple of things that are really, really important. One is a commitment to inclusivity. I talked a little bit about that in terms of trying to get resources out for people to access digital tools. We have to listen to people. We have to partner with underrepresented groups and underserved populations to find out what is it that you need that we can provide to find solutions that work for them. That's really important. The second is investment. We need to ensure that there are resources available to accelerate digital agriculture transformation. And then that policy and the regulatory piece. That is the support that we need that's really going to foster the innovation around science and technology, which is extremely important. That investment in the rural infrastructure I mentioned earlier. We have to continue funding for research and funding for technology so that we have that communications infrastructure and the things that we need in those communities that help our farmers deal with climate and environmental impacts. And the dissemination of information, research and technology, I say we always have a critical partner in our land grant institutions, our work in research, our extension system, which can provide outreach and technical assistance to communities that need it most. It can help women or a young person learn how to get started in farming, and so that's powerful. And in terms of two examples of how we're investing in the long-term transformation, and I'm thinking especially for young people. We just started a new initiative that's cultivating the next generation of diverse food and agriculture professionals. We are partnering with institutions that are targeted to minorities in this country, because we know that there are great resources coming out of those universities, and we're working with those universities to invest in scholarships and professional development. We're talking about the application of technology that's so critical and of interest to young people as a way to get them to want to be the next leaders in food and agriculture and other related sciences, and of course, perhaps a job at the United States Department of Agriculture. So that's one way that we are really trying to get young people excited and committed to being ag and food leaders. And I talked about the Reconnect program. That's the program to expand broadband access to communities across the country. When we do these grant announcements, sometimes we want to make sure that we're hearing that these resources are going to be beneficial and easily accessible and useful to the communities that we're trying to get them to. And in the case of the Reconnect program, we listened to what the communities had to say who were going to try to get the funding through that program. And for example, they told us requiring them to contribute a 25% match for the grant award made it prohibitive for them to participate in the opportunity. So we set aside grant funds without a matching requirement. We're listening to people. Another example is during COVID, we found that our minimum requirements for rural broadband networks, they weren't sufficient to accommodate many people in the household who are going to utilize the internet at the same time. And this is really important for young people who have attended school remotely. And so we considered and raised those standards. So those are examples of how we're listening to people through our resources. And in our consultations with tribal governments, we've worked to understand some of the challenges in building infrastructure on their land and respecting their rights and their contributions, trying to resolve some of those issues. So I think that listening is very important. How we're able to provide those resources is important, and we have to engage with people.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I'm quite surprised that there is that, blank spot still in the United States. I mean, the US is home to your tech giants. And we're hoping to see maybe some of them come here in November and share with us, their ideas on how we can, move forward in these challenging times. And digital transformation, Signor Polizzi, maybe you could tell us what's happening in Italy, any, your priorities, commitments, but also what can Italy bring to the table, the G20 forum? I mean, Rome was the last presidency. This is something that obviously very much part of that.
Let me just stress that we hope that this global forum and the whole G20 can concretely contribute to the improvement of the agricultural sector in rural areas and sustainability of life in our planet. I think they consider that the future is now, and we are inside the future. So we must act quickly just to achieve all the goals that every time we discuss during this Congress, this conference, because it's important just to join our experience, as my speakers before say, and namely share the experience, share always some targets, and sometimes I think that the trust and empowerment of the women and the youth are key factors to reach the target of the Agenda 2030. That means all the objective that we have. Their enthusiasm and their passion are, we consider that are strong levers just for a better world, and could be balance, innovation and tradition, and local and global. So it's really important to invest in that. And namely in the primary sector, but how you say, but because when we speak about innovation, we speak about the technology, this is affect all the phase, all the area of the agricultural system. That means all of the primary sector, but also the industry. And industry is, I think that invest a lot on sustainability, namely now, in the sustainability, namely for concerning the energetic supply, because we have a lot of problem now with the cost of the energy. So I think that this forum and this G20 could be give the answer for just overcome all of these challenges. And I hope that.
And you're quite optimistic on the outcome.
I'm optimistic. It needs to be optimistic now, because otherwise the situation is really the worse and worse. But
yes, absolutely.
But we are a responsibility in public administration, and we need. Of course, to give a perspective, and but a positive perspective. And I think that we have all the tools and the instruments that could be used for improve this situation. So yeah. We do.
I'm glad you're optimistic. You're optimistic as well. I mean, we need to be optimistic because, we have so many challenges ahead of us, so many distractions. I mean, even in the last couple of years, we had the Paris Agreement back in 2015 and our target is like 2030, and that's like 7 years down the road. Anyway, Minister Kirishi, would you like to add anything? Maybe your hopes and your wishes, what this global forum would bring, and just your thoughts on where we are?
Actually, we should know that young people do not automatically turn to agriculture. And we as the governments and the politicians should take necessary steps to ensure them to see agriculture as an exciting career. We need to create an enabling environment that includes the gender and the youth responsive policies. In order to do that, we have to develop strategies and initiatives to promote the gender and the youth equality by empowering them to adopt digital solutions as much as we can. But this is not the only government's duty. It requires close cooperation and the partnerships between the various stakeholders, such as international organizations, development agencies, the private sector, and the civil society. All the stakeholders show efforts to create more programs to empower women and youth to innovate and embrace digitalization. These efforts should include the working at the national, regional, and the global levels.
Okay, that's interesting. What we do want is, millennial farmers, right? Digital-based farmers, and I think this is something of a challenge, but also an opportunity. If you can make something like agriculture exciting, then of course this is a real game changer. I like what you said about if we can make it more like a video game, then everybody would, think of ways of how we can produce food cheaply, healthier, with good prices, then that would be a good thing. Ms. Kappa, what would you like to see? When we talk about priorities, actions, and partnership, what would you like to see come out from conversations like this in the global forum, and potentials for, what kind of partnership would be very welcome to a country like South Africa, for example?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I have already learned a lot while I listened to the presentations and the opening remarks. I think the one that also will help both the commercial farmers and small holders and emerging farmers is the issue of using crawl manure and all that part. I heard them talking about inorganic all the time. And I think such a resource is very much easily available on a daily basis from the cows, sheep, goats, etc., chickens. And it will also reduce the continuous increase of prices of production, which is a very difficult situation. Once diesel goes up as a fuel, then everything goes up. Fertilizers go up, it becomes very difficult. The second part of it is the issue of understanding that in rural areas, it is true that those young people grow up in farms and rural land. They are actually part of working in the field, and they are therefore orientated towards understanding all the activities of agriculture. But because they have been in that situation, they think when they go to the university, they change route. It's when we're supposed to be actually lobbing them out, because they already have the know-how. They have experiential learning. They can do better than a township young man or a city man going into agriculture. And you ask, what type of bull is this one? You won't even know what you mean by a bull, because you've never seen it before, except on TV. Lastly, what I think we also do, because I understand it, the system of local government in various areas has got districts or sub-districts, etc. But because as the South African cabinet is in clustered and all the provinces have got districts. And when we go to a district, it is called a district development model. So that everyone goes to that, so you don't go alone and build a school and tomorrow there's no road to school. The other thing I would like to be emphasized is the issue, that is a collective approach in service delivery, is the issue of rural roads. Because it actually kills the product of rural communities while it is being transported either to the warehouse where it will be packed and then exported. When it arrives in Canada, it will have been destroyed because of the injuries it got while being transported, and the acorns and everything in such containers that take our food out, so that the quality is attracting. No investor will go when we have got poor quality, as much as the water issues.
Yeah.
Water issues, because the water you use to irrigate has to be also up to a particular norm and a particular standard in any country. And therefore, South Africa appreciates having been allowed to participate in this G20 forum and looks forward to utilize every aspect of it as long as it is going to improve our economic state in our country and ensure that no one is left behind. That's a clear call that we are making in this platform.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the insight. I have a message here in Indonesian, which you may not understand. It says, we have an extra 15 more minutes because the dancers are not ready. So can I just open this up again for another set of questions? Actually, there are several things that I feel that we haven't really touched on, which is, don't worry, we'll get out soon and enjoy whatever's left of the sunny afternoon. But the elephant in the room is climate change, and I think, Ms. Kappa, you mentioned a very, very crucial point, which is issues on land availability, the condition of land, and also on water. And this very much impacts, obviously, everything to do with agriculture, whether it's from the upstream until the downstream. And also the other thing is, because of conflicts, because of various trade issues and so on and so forth, it's the food system that agricultural policies create. Just share us, what are the real challenges as an agricultural minister? Because the whole thing is, globalization, and this is a global forum, and also globalization has meant that, I'm speaking from a personal experience, is if I go to a supermarket, I can buy apples that are, imported from China, for example, much cheaper than the ones that are grown, in central Java. So how is that going to be a game changer in the future with all these various challenges that we have? And do feel free to speak as much as you can, because we still do have time.
As long as you don't ask us to dance.
Well, who knows? I think you may be dancing out of this, because
I think we prefer to wait for the professional dancers. Well, there are so many elements in what you are saying. When you mention land, and since the topic of the discussion is about women and youth, I just wanted to mention that this is a big challenge, the access to land, because in Canada and probably in many other countries, the value of the land has increased significantly in the last generation. So it is almost unaffordable for the new generation to buy the farm of the parents. It is becoming a really, really big issue, because we need this next generation to feed us. We need them, to be, so this is an important challenge. You mentioned water. Even if in Canada, I think we're blessed with all the water we have, all the lakes and the fresh water we have, the Great Lakes, but still, We see not this summer, but the summer 2021, the prairies, which is the breadbasket of the world, one of the faced a very, very severe drought. And we could see that it had an impact on the supply of wheat. We had a hard time feeding our cattle because of this drought. So managing water is definitely a huge issue all over the world. We have to pay a lot of attention, and this is why in Canada we are creating the Canadian Water Agency, because we realize that we have to bring the skills, the knowledge, the professional working around the issue of water all together, because it is very, very worrying. When one side of the country is flooded, the other one is facing a drought, and it has a direct impact, obviously, on our food production.
Okay, so that's like really top of the agenda, how to address this. Wow. Dr. Bruno, I mean, all the fires and then the drought and then, whatnot. It's like the apocalypse, if you look at
quite scary.
We watch the news, and it's happening all over the world. I mean, like you mentioned, it's not the future anymore. It's here, and it's affecting everything that we have.
Well, you mentioned, I mean, we all have experienced change, of course, from the pandemic, but the uncertain weather conditions and the impacts of climate change are changing the way that we live every day. You mentioned wildfires. We often say at USDA, we used to have a wildfire season. Now the wildfire season seems to be year-round. And of course, those wildfires are impacting not only productive ag lands, but communities of people. So it's a significant risk. And you can see extreme weather at any point in time across the country, whether it's significant drought or whether you're dealing with floods. And so we have to think about how we can help farmers sustain themselves, have insurance that they can utilize to address these. And we've spent a lot of focus. President Biden has provided a lot of resources towards climate smart agriculture and forestry. And recently, through the Inflation Reduction Act, we had resources that have come to USDA to help farmers to address some of these impacts of climate change and to implement climate smart ag and forestry practices so that we can hopefully get to a point where we see the reduction, because of the reduction in greenhouse gases, zero net emissions. We can see changes out of these patterns that we're facing. It's very challenging. The recent initiative that we launched, it's called Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. It is an opportunity for farmers to implement climate smart practices, to produce products that will give them some market access, because we see an international interest in food products and agricultural products that are produced in a sustainably friendly way. But it's also going to teach them how to do practices, implement practices that are going to reduce the impacts of climate change and sequester carbon in the long term. And it's a voluntary incentive-based program for farm operations of all sizes, small and large, no matter what's produced. And then we have the outreach to show them how to do that. So that will allow us to implement those practices, and hopefully in the longer term we can help mitigate some of the impacts of some of the challenges that we're seeing.
And so far, do you give subsidies to, say, farmers, say, when their harvest fail or when they have, blight or,
Absolutely, we have to provide assistance, emergency assistance, loans, grants, and other opportunities. And luckily, in terms of the climate change work, our farmers are excited. They volunteer, and we just provide them the resources, whether it's through full funding, a loan or grant or cost share, so that they can implement those practices and they can help with the financing on that.
Okay. Senor Polizzi, what about, and it's, how do you see, all the discussions and how to empower the farmers even more, especially in light of diminishing land and also the...
But indeed, we are really in a particular situation, and I think that you say before, what do we do now? What is necessary? What is the more important to do? We'll start. Today, the situation is very difficult. I speak about Italy, but this is a concern, I think, all the European Union, is the increase of the cost of raw material in a lot of the sector. This is affecting, of course, the sustainability, economic sustainability of the farm. And we risk during the next year, maybe a lot of farmers closed because they don't have any possibility just to continue to produce. This is one of the problem. Other problem is labor, worker. It's really difficult just to find work in agriculture sector. It's not only for the normal work, but also the skill, all of the professional. And this is a problem, namely in intensive production, like fruit and vegetables, like wine, olive oil, and so on. This is another big problem. And I think that it's necessary just to join our efforts just to overcome all of these issues and found a solution could be, of course, meet a specific and particular situation in each country, because each country has a different situation. So, but I'm optimistic, but at the same time, of course, we read exactly what is the situation. It's not so easy for our farmer. And the other problem is the market, because you know that increase of the inflation has affected the possibility of the collectivity to buy food products, and the price started to increase. I think, for example, the bread or other fruit and vegetables too, they increase, and so they reduce the possibility to buy all these products. So this is very difficult. So from one side, the producer has needed to take all this increase of the cost, the production cost. The other side is reduce the possibility to market his product is less than before for this situation.
And in Indonesia, I mean, we have, it's difficult for farmers to stay competitive with imported stuff, and that's a real problem. And this has to be, something that our minister's been trying to mitigate by, stockpiling and also increasing productivity as well as efficiency, because otherwise, we're at the mercy of the global food system, and the ones that suffer firsthand is actually the farmers themselves. Minister, would you like to tell us a little bit about Turkey? You mentioned it's difficult to get young people to go into farming. What's the profile of the agriculture and the practitioners of the farmers in Turkey like, and what do they ask you for help normally, especially with climate issues and stuff?
First of all, I'd like to say that the average age of farmers in Turkey is about 55 years old. So it is not easy to do that. But we have some difficulties, especially the input prices. There is one reason, pandemic-19, but the second one is the war between the Ukraine and Russia. So the war should be stopped. Otherwise, fertilizer, if we are talking about the fertilizer, definitely you need the biogas, So, and also the fuel is very expensive. The energy is too expensive. So it is not easy to produce animal husbandry or plant production, doesn't matter. So we need the collaboration. We have to do together. Maybe you know the President Erdogan, the United Nations, Russia and Ukraine. There was a summit, 22nd of July. We called the grain corridor. So far, 4.5 million tons grains passed through the whole corridor. So we should stop the war.
Yeah.
This is very important.
Very important message.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, reminding us. Oh, yeah. Ms. Kappa, you still with us?
Yes.
How is there food security in South Africa, and how are you, managing with all the challenges of the climate changes and the natural disasters that?
First of all, I must appreciate representing South Africa, the opportunity itself, what I have learned even before I make my own input. I've never known that there are so many commonalities with other countries. It's a learning area for me as well. But I do want to say, food security, we are still secured. But we are not sure, because even this year's produce, your grain, your every other thing, is still doing very well. And the second one is that we have brought all the stakeholders under one roof. Whether you are an insurer, whether you are a bank, whatever type of a bank, whether you are a financial development institute, you loan small businesses, all of those people were under one roof. And the message is one. The defense we have against all the ills, whether it's weather or whether it's floods, is to stand together. And when there's a disaster, everyone must share how to solve that problem. Cannot continue to say, I owe you, when there were floods and I harvested nothing. Instead, I need food. Two, is the fact that to actually bring farmers, commercial and any other farmer, we also include small businesses. Because always what goes to the small business is from the soil to the fork on the table. So they also must participate and not look there like observers as you see the farmers struggle for your benefit to sell and to run a restaurant. The last one is also that we have seen that smaller farmers, youth and women, are not in a position to compete. And therefore, in the budget, we set aside, it was 40%, it's 50% now, that you can't, it's ring-fenced, so much for youth, so much for women in all departments. On issues of construction, tenders and so on, 40% goes to youth. If you do that, we penalize you, we blacklist you. And the last one is also the issue of agencies. Whether it's research agency, it's marketing agency, is that they should not stay very far away from production. Their judgment must start by actually monitoring all the way up to the fruition of that particular product, and not at the end of the day say, you could have not done this and therefore we condemn it. The collectivism in government and also sharing one country, one vision. In fact, whether it's sugarcane, whether it's poultry, whether it's fruit, what we have done now, we have approved that all departments must develop master plans, agricultural, agro-processing master plan, so that it is accessible to everyone. You can see that there is funds for processing grain, and therefore I go for that. we give you infrastructure, we support you to do that because those are budgeted for. And then we can work in unison equally to access of markets. And there shouldn't be a big competition that because it's a smallholder, it cannot export to any other countries local. And also we want to feed our own soldiers. Wherever they are, food for them to eat, they must come from their communities. Universities, women and youth must actually feed those people, whether it's prison or, but that market is created by the community themselves. We better therefore utilize it for the betterment of the entire country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think you really summed up the essence of our conversation. The Global Forum, it's all about working together, collaboration, partnership, and to remind us once again that we all are children of the same planet, okay? And this is something that all of us, particularly those in position to make the right policies, this is a good opportunity to actually sit down and to work out and implement something that works for everybody. Big hands, please, to our speakers. And I think they did very well answering the question. Thank you very much, Minister Bibo, Professor Hakirishi, Dr. Bruno, Signor Polizzi, and Ms.
Please
Kappa.
remain on the stage,
and
Excellencies Ministers and also moderator.
We have to stay on stage. I think we have a photo op thing.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to the moderator as well as all Excellencies, Ministers and high officials. Before we proceed to the photo session, I would like to also invite to join us here on the stage, Excellency Dr. Su Dong-yu, Director General of the FAO, to join us here on the stage, as we will start with the memento of appreciation to all distinguished panelists and the moderator as well as Dr. Su Dong-yu. And therefore, we invite to kindly present the memento on the stage His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, to kindly present the token of appreciation to Excellency Ministers. Excellency, please kindly present to Her Excellency Mary Claude Bibo, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food of Canada. And then also to His Excellency Professor Dr. Fahid Kirisci, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. To His Excellency Dr. Su Dong-yu, Director General to the Food and Agriculture FAO. And then also to Dr. Jewel Hairston Bruno, Deputy Secretary of Agriculture of the USA. Luigi Polizzi, Director General of International and European Union Policies, the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Forestry Policies of Italy. Also to Ms. Rosemary Nokuzola Kappa, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development of the South Africa, as well as to our moderator, Ibu Desi Anwar. And now continue to have a photo session, please. Please have a photo session on my countdown from 3, 2, 1. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all Excellencies, Ministers, the Director General of FAO, and all high officials. And thank you so much to our moderator, Ibu Desi Anwar, for leading such an inspiring and interesting session. Thank you so much, Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now return back to your chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our global forum. We have a very interesting and beautiful traditional dance here, so please join us, as the next dance is a traditional dance which also believe it was started by the women farmers who sang joyously in groups as a way to entertain themselves. So later on, after this, we're going to have a beautiful and unique Balinese traditional dance. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the session now, but before that, I would like to inform you that based on research, it is very interesting. There is evidence that farmers and also gardeners live longer and less stress, pointing to their physical activities. And research also proved that if we smile 20 times on daily basis for at least 20 seconds, it will widen our blood vessels and it will make you look younger and happier. But it cannot be less than 20 seconds or it cannot more than 20 seconds, okay? So yes, now, as it is proved that more physical activities will make us live longer, happier, and also widen our blood vessels. So now I would like to invite you to join me in giving a clapping hands or an applause. So it's kind of physical activity. So let's give a round of applause to each of us just to add a little bit of physical activities. And if you don't mind, while we're waiting the preparations for the traditional performances, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly raise or stand up for a while. Let's do some light stretching. It will be beneficial. You will feel happier, less stress, and younger as well. Mohon boleh berdiri sejenak, kita akan melakukan sedikit stretching. Karena seperti yang saya sampaikan, penelitian sudah membuktikan petani bisa hidup lebih panjang, berumur panjang karena mereka banyak melakukan aktivitas fisik. Karena mereka banyak melakukan aktivitas fisik dan mereka tersenyum 20 detik setiap hari. Tidak boleh lebih, tidak boleh kurang ya, harus dibuktikan Bapak Ibu. Alright, so now we're doing the clapping hands and please just follow me. This is the first movement of the hands, okay? Kindly just follow me. Like this, okay, you have to follow the rhythm and it has to be correct, okay? So it will exercise our body and also mind and also to test your focus, ladies and gentlemen, like this. So there is number 1, okay? Can you just try it? Let's try it, 3, 2, 1. At 1. Professor, Dr. Sudong, you add 1, okay? So it should be very, very correct in details. Once again, I will show you, okay? Like this. Okay, just follow and also memorize, remember the rhythm. Ready? 1. Yes, it's easy, right? Because it looks that it is very easy and you are like an expert, so I will add with the movement number 2. Okay, so for the movement number 2, for the last part of the applause, it has to be like this, okay? So if I say 2, it's supposed to be like this. Whoosh. Can you do that? Okay, let's try. 2. Whoosh. Okay, you are getting smarter now. Kind of expert. Now, we add with the movement number 3. Okay, just the same rhythm with the first and also the second, but for the third, it will be, you have to clap your hands with the colleagues beside you. Okay, so it's supposed to be like this. 3. Find your colleagues and then clap your hands. So it's symbolized our collaboration today during our global forum and also the agriculture ministerial meeting. If you don't have colleagues, you cannot find your partners beside you, then maybe you just have to clap your hands, but it has to be on the top of your head, okay? Yeah. So, can I call my assistant to bring this one? Okay, so it's supposed to be like this, number 3. If you're alone, you cannot find your colleagues because it's too far or maybe it's too difficult. So just raise your hands and put the claps on the top of your head, okay? Can we do that? So please concentrate, okay? 1. Yes. 2. Whoosh. 3. Okay. 2. Can you still remember that? 3. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for each of us, and now you may return back to your chair. Thank you, thank you. After this, I believe that your blood vessels will be widened. You will look happier, you will look younger as well. And I'm sure, I believe that your age will be at, and you live longer. At least you will live longer a day. Well, now ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, that here in Bali we are very rich on arts, cultures and traditions, which includes our traditional dance. The next dance is known as Janger, which says, or which call known as infatuation. So it will show you someone who is madly in love, because what we want is all of you will be madly in love in Bali. And as I said as well, it is believed that the Janger dance itself was started by the women farmers who sung joyously in groups as a way to entertain themselves in the rice fields. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, this is Janger dance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so basically the Janger dance, if you can hear, they will sing the Jangi Janger, Sang Sange. So we would like to kindly invite you to also follow them. It's a simple movement, as you can see. So you can just make a movement like what I've just taught you earlier. So like this, Jangi Janger, Sang Sange, Sang Sang Janger. Can you just also follow us like that, okay? And we're doing our part as well to also collaborate with the dancers, all right? So now it's time to also collaborate with the Janger dancers here. Okay. All right, so now they will make a line here, and everybody here, would you kindly please stand up for a while, and let's do the short Janger part to also collaborate with all of the dancers here. Please stand up for a while. Yeah. Are you ready? Okay, we will show you how to do this, okay? It's very easy. If you're ready, then we will start with the dancers. Everyone here, from 3, 2, 1. Jangi janger, seng senge. So for the ladies, it will be just like this, yeah? Easy. For the male, you can actually just move your hands to the right and also to the left. But you can just follow the ladies like this. Easy. Yes, the part. Langseng lanjar penguluh ni na 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 na. Yes, like this. Open your legs just as wide as your shoulder and then move it to the right and also to the left like that, okay? While we are chanting and also singing here, okay? Let's do that now, okay? Let's do it from the beginning, okay? Everyone is ready here? All of you are also ready, the dancers are also ready. From 3, 2, 1. Jangi janger, to the left first. Seng senge, seng seng janger, seng senge, seng seng janger. Seriang nyoman ngenyorin, na 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 na, na 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 na. Langseng lanjar pemuluh ne, na 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 na. Na lanjani mejangeran seriang rero rora ronce arasi jang jangi janger. Just put your hands on the top. Arasi jang, and don't forget to smile. Jang jangi janger, arasi jang jangi janger, arasi jang jangi janger, arasi jang jangi janger, arasi jang jangi janger. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much to the dancers. Thank you so much to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now we have finished the first part of our global forum, but later on we will continue with the first panel session as well as the second panel session. In the meantime, please enjoy the coffee and also the tea as well as the snacks or the canapes, which are already provided on your table. Have a short break for a while before we start the first panel session. Thank you and enjoy.
Jajannya udah ada berarti di depan. Apa? Jajannya berarti udah ada di depan. Boleh, boleh, boleh. Siapa nggak boleh? MC andalan satu Bali Nostra. Kamu harus lihat mukanya bapak jelek banget, Kak. Sumpah mukanya bapak jelek banget. Janger itu memang begitu.
Iya, saya tahu memang. Cuman
tari Janger itu kayak tak kira yang kayak tadi malam acara yang itu iya agak-agak semangat gitu ya. Betul.
May we have your attention, please, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly return back to the ballroom as we will continue our global forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still at the foyer area, please kindly return back to the ballroom and please be seated as now we will continue our global forum with the first panel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly invite you to join us here in the ballroom as we will continue with the first panel session. Bapak dan Ibu yang mungkin masih berada di area foyer, dipersilakan untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruangan ballroom, karena tentunya kita akan memulai sesi panel yang pertama. All panelists as well as the moderator, please kindly join us here inside the ballroom, and also other delegates. Kindly return back to the ballroom as we will continue with the first panel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please kindly join us here inside the ballroom as we will continue with the first panel session, and please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly invite you to join us here inside the ballroom, and please be seated as we are preparing ourselves to start the first panel session immediately. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. And this is our first panel session. In this first panel session, we're going to be very prompt as we only have 20 minutes for the first panel session, which include 4 panelists. And then after that, we're going to have the discussion session in which we have only 5 minutes for the allocation time during the Q&A session. So we only have 1 questions later on. And after that, we're going to continue with the second panel session. So just in the correct and also the same allocation time. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to our moderator. So once again, moderator, kindly only proceed for 20 minutes for the whole 4 panelists during the first panel session and 5 minutes for the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is our moderator for this session, Dr. Maximo Torero. Time is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Maximo Torero. I am the Chief Economist of FAO, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the panel session, Leveraging Digital Agriculture and Revitalizing the Role of Women and Youth Towards Agricultural Entrepreneurship. The panel discussion will focus on the essential roles of women and youth entrepreneurship in achieving food security agenda and how to utilize and maximize the benefits of digital agriculture, including addressing gaps and inequalities in realizing the women and youth entrepreneurship, and finally, the role of each agency supporting digital agriculture transformation, which includes connectivity, accessibility, affordability, and capability, and particularly to promote women and youth entrepreneurship. In this panel, we have 4 speakers from international organizations, Dr. Ronan Hartman from IFAD, Director for Global Engagement, Dr. Johan Swinen, the Director General of IFPRI from the CIR, Mr. Pierre Rasmussen, Principal Advisor of GIZ, and Mr. Tetsu Ushikusa, Deputy Assistant Minister for International Affairs, MAF Japan. So each of you will have 4.5 minutes to give their presentation. So we start with Mr. Hartman.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Maximo. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here today on behalf of IFAD, and thanks very much to the Indonesian G20 presidency. We've been asked to make a very quick presentation on a number of different dimensions, so I'll try to focus on youth, women, entrepreneurship, and digital agriculture very quickly. Firstly, as we've heard in the earlier sessions, I think we're all aware of the global challenges to our food systems and the fact that they are failing both people and planet. But there are significant opportunities to transform food systems, particularly to be more inclusive, more sustainable, and this can be achieved with a stronger engagement of small-scale farmers and agriculture. It's important to remember that throughout its long history, agriculture has periodically been shaken up by various technological revolutions, among them the introduction of plant hybridization, genetic engineering, mechanization, and the use of agrochemicals. The latest revolution is the advent of digital technologies. And although at first glance, agriculture, it may not be clear that agriculture is knowledge intensive, because it stands on the vast amounts of data that must be collected, information that must be processed, and knowledge that has to be shared. Digital technologies have dramatically accelerated and expanded these processes in recent times, and our challenge now as a global community is to ensure that these contribute to sustainably transforming food systems. We've heard also this morning that women and youth play a critical role in inclusive and sustainable food systems. We've heard that women are major contributors to agriculture and rural economies, but face numerous challenges that men do not. They have less access to resources, services, land, finance, training, inputs, and equipment. And in addition to agricultural work, they're overburdened with domestic chores and tasks. In communities that rely largely on agriculture for food and income, gender inequality translates into a huge gender gap in agricultural productivity. And countries pay a very high social, economic, and financial price for this. Youth, on the other hand, and again, we heard this morning, don't often see agriculture as a future. Agriculture, although provides the single most important platform for employment, income generation, and food security, and can drive poverty reduction through increased productivity and value addition. But if youth are not engaged, and if youth migrate and generate away from agriculture, this promise of an economic dividend is lost. We all understand that investing in youth is critical for dynamic rural economic growth, and the potential returns of investing in young people are endless in terms of food security and poverty reduction and employment. Investing in youth is also important for peace and political security. And I'm sure many of you last week heard at UNGA a lot of relation between food security equating to national security. Young people, as we know, are better at taking risks, innovating and adopting new technology. And these skills are critical for reforming food systems and adapting to the global challenges of climate change. We need to help young people access resources, assets and services that they need to be productive and have a positive impact on their communities. We particularly need to change the perception of agriculture to one that is modern, profitable and based on culture, innovation, technology, science, and business. Digital agriculture can contribute to increasing farmers' income and productivity. It can strengthen resilience to climate change and improve access to and participation in markets. And this is particularly true for marginalised groups such as youth and women. However, ITC is not evenly accessed or adequately utilised by small-scale farmers, particularly women and young entrepreneurs. With the emergence of Industry 4.0 and more sophisticated applications of digital technologies being adapted in agriculture, there's a real opportunity to ensure that digitally well-versed women and young people can contribute to transforming rural agriculture into a more productive and attractive sector. At IFAD, as you can see on screen, we've got some amazing results from leveraging digital technology, whether it's in the remote Pacific Islands where digital marketplaces are matching producers and consumers to overcome the tyranny of distance. And this is particularly beneficial for young farmers and women's groups. Whether an e-voucher system introduced in Kenya with the support of the EU has created an economic platform for smallholder agricultural commercialisation. Remote sensing in Senegal, a financing facility implemented in Kenya, Uganda, Malaysia, Pakistan and Bangladesh to reduce the cost of transmitting remittances, but also making sure remittances can be invested in productive activities. And the list goes on and on. The example that you see on screen is an example from Indonesia, and this is a $70 million investment from both IFAD and Indonesia. And what the premise of this investment is that young people can and must play a more active role in transforming rural areas and rural economies. Maybe just quickly 5 words to conclude. We need a modern, productive agricultural future, and one that respects and draws from local knowledge and culture. Digital technologies must ensure the inclusivity of food systems, and we need enabling policy frameworks and new and innovative partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. One thing that I will keep to all of you open is that it will be, of course, great to include youth and women entrepreneurship into access to ICTs. But today the photograph is the opposite, no? Women are being excluded more than men, and youth are not having the access they are supposed to have in the rural areas. So let's figure out how we can change that and what we need to put and what incentives needs to put there. So let me pass the floor now to Johan.
Okay, thank you very much, Maximo. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited to speak here today. Are the slides coming through? They're kind of summarizing what I'm going to say. So I think this is a very important topic, okay? And also it's an exciting topic because I think there's a lot of opportunities here, as several people have mentioned already. I think it brings, what digitalization brings to our food systems, and specifically for youth and women. And there's a number of reasons for that. The first is that many problems in agriculture and in our food systems are due to problems of information cost and of enforcement problems, contract enforcement problems. Risk problems, risk constraints, insurance problems, credit, investment constraints, they're all linked to this relationship. And digital has a potential to structurally change this, and I think this is really fundamental to what we are talking about. And this is, of course, most important for those who are most constrained, and who are most constrained that are, among other people, the youth and women in this framework. The second one is that most youth and women are employed not in agriculture itself, but in other parts of the food system, in trading, marketing, food services, etc., but often in low-paying functions, low-quality jobs, etc. And digital technology also here, I think, has a potential to really change these things and enhance productivity, the quality of jobs, the value chains, etc., throughout the food systems. Of course, there's a generational issues, and I think the previous panel, our minister from South Africa, really made a strong case of that, showing that, well, you know, it's really the new generation who will be much better in dealing with this digitalization. I think that's an important factor. I think there's also a cultural aspect linked to it, the attractiveness of engaging in it versus attractiveness of becoming a smallholder farmer plays a role, I think. And then last point is evidence shows that it can be done. So we have evidence from what happened in the decade before COVID, where really the outroll of cell phones in developing countries has gone very rapidly, much more faster than anybody could have predicted. We also see that during COVID-19 there's been a massive transformation of the food systems in terms of digital use of technology in both in public value chains, private value chains, etc. So this means these things are possible, and I think these are really important, but it doesn't mean because it is possible that it will also happen. Can I have the previous slide again, please? So what we see is that, and this goes back to the point that Maximo made just now, or the people have made as well, it has to do with the inequality gap in general, I think also the gap in digital world. And so it's clear already that in terms of who has access to digital technology right now, clearly we call the global south is less privileged, and within the global south it is women and youth who are behind, particularly on women as well. In the slide that the previous one has some data on this, where we show that 10 to 20% of women have less access to digital technologies than men. But what is a bit more worrisome, I think, if you look in the startups, entrepreneurship that is launching, it's very strongly gender biased towards men. Okay, and that is worrisome in terms of where we're moving to in the future. Research also shows that these things really can have a big impact, and both in terms of reducing risk, making loans easier accessible, making insurance easier accessible, agricultural advisory services, etc. There's some interesting cases. For example, the one we have documented is called the Hello Tractor program, which started up as a youth program, youth startup out of Nigeria. It's now spread all over Africa. More than 500,000 farmers are using it. It's kind of an Uber of tractors, if you want, and it's spreading to Asia right now. Then in terms of the action priorities which are listed here, these are, I think none of them are new for you. It has to do with basically stimulating innovation, communicating also successful innovations, investing in infrastructure, investing in R&D, regulating these things, because there's huge scale economies and that brings with it concentration issues. I think also education is a really important factor, obviously, particularly if you think about reducing the gap going forward, the inequality gap or the gender gap. Let me end by emphasizing here my own organization's work, the CGIR's work on some of these areas, the Accelerate for Impact platform, which really tries to bring in young people, stimulate youthful entrepreneurship innovations in this area, and link what we learn at the scientific level in the lab, if you want, to making this happen through partnership with, for example, GIZ, the World Bank, etc., local organizations, to make this true entrepreneurship scaling at a large scale. So, over to you.
Thank you very much, Joe. And one of the issues that still I would like to keep in your minds is how we can use digital technologies as a way to reduce exclusion from females and youth. One example is the Grameen Bank, long time ago. they give access to credit through digital technologies, and that included women. So how we can use this also for youth. So thank you very much, Joe. Let me pass now to Pierre Rasmussen, Principal Advisor of GIZ.
Thank you, Maximo. And good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting GIZ to this important event. GIZ, by ways of introduction, is an international service provider in International Cooperation for Sustainable Development. It's a wholly state-owned enterprise, Germany-owned, and it has a business volume that is above 4 billion euro per year. We have more than 24,000 staff in 120 countries, and I'm proud to say that we walk the talk with regards to gender balance, as half of our staff is or more is women. In Indonesia, which is a global partner for Germany, we support 7 thematic areas, one of which is natural resources management, and this is where agriculture fits in. We are currently supporting around 10 projects in Indonesia, with, among others, the Ministry of Agriculture, and with several more in the pipeline. Digital tools can play an important role in the context of sustainable agricultural supply chains, such as palm oil or rubber, and facilitate emerging due diligence requirements for downstream companies and traceability, especially in the higher value niche products. I think this has come to the forefront now by the new EU regulation on deforestation-free commodities. In Indonesia, and I'm bringing some examples from Indonesia, in Indonesia more than 24 out of 40 bilateral ASEAN and developed PPP projects implemented by GIZ include innovative digital approaches. In GIZ, we always expect to consider digital solutions. We call it digital by default when we plan projects, and capacity building initiatives. We always target them to ensure participation by women and youth. In most rural areas, digital trainings, as we have heard, are a challenge due to a lack of continuous network coverage. Digital training approaches sound great and may reduce costs, but probably most farmers will need more than an app to change their farming practices. So a combination of digital and offline training may be the way forward. We have, in Kapur Sulu district in West Kalimantan, we have capacity built young local entrepreneurs in digital marketing skills and social media skills for green products. In another project in central Sulawesi, Lore Lindo, we have trained local entrepreneurs in the use of Shopee and Tokopedia as platforms for marketing of their products. What you're looking at there is an app. It's a project, a collaboration between Continental AG, the German car tire manufacturer, and GIZ with the rubber smallholder farmers in Kapur Sulu. It's an end-to-end traceability system from the farm plot all the way through the processing and to the final manufacturer in Germany. And this is one example of an app that can be applied that benefits the smallholder farmers because it brings them closer to the global market and also enables them to have premium prices. Another example here is in oil palm, also a traceability system that is at the same time a farmer manual. And the last example I bring is from a public-private partnership project in Lampung, where a farmer business school curriculum was adapted. It was originally introduced in Africa, was adapted to Indonesia conditions with intercropping and coffee. And also there, it's based on an app that is developed, and in addition to providing traceability, it also gives farmers manuals, updated prices, information about individual farms and so on. These are some of the tools that we are working with in our projects in Indonesia today, where we also try to emphasize the participation of women and youth. It is still a challenge, we have to admit. You can see here how many users we have in this application in Lampung. There's a majority of female users, but most of the farmers, 77.7%, are older generation, and only around 12% are what we would call youth. So the challenge remains, for us to work with in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, your presentation, especially the last slide, showed that the initial condition is complex. No, most of the farmers are old. They are the ones in possession of the land. So this tool can help to reduce market failures. But how we change that structure, that initial condition, is the complexity. Let me pass now to Mr. Tetsu Ushikusa, Deputy Assistant Minister of International Affairs, MAF, Japan.
Thank you very much, Maximo-san. And so it's just 5-minute presentation. So I'd like to go through the very important points only. So next slide, please. Yes, so this is about the necessity of digital transformation, and as you rightly said, so everybody knows that. So I'll skip it. But just say that on the left side hand is about on the first session there is also mentioning that there are multiple ways of utilizing various new technology in the field. So I don't repeat that. But the right hand is about the administration. There are many, procedures to get finance from the government, support and all those kind of things. And sometimes the procedures is so complex. And the on this, what we made efforts is summarized in this. Survey done by the Indonesian presidency. So if you could refer to it, that will be helpful. Next slide, please. And on the digitalization since 2020, our government is making every effort in a wide range of field. But just so there are 6 areas, but just let me refer to 3 of them. On number 1, on the left side, demonstration experiments and analysis. We are now doing various experiments project in 202 districts all over Japan, and there are a wide variety of types. And the why there is this technology are always there, but it is always the balance between the technology cost and effect. So how about say utilizing commonly the same machine with on the area, or what kind of standard of technology, and then what would be the effect, and so these are the important accumulation of data that will foster the future utilizing of new technology. And the number 2 is development of agricultural support service industry. Now we are now supporting many startup companies who are focusing on the various software development for farmers to use easily. And the number 4 is enhanced human resource development. That was also focused in the high-level panel. Now we are substantially revising the curriculum on agriculture high school, and also we are retraining extension service people. This is very important. Next slide, please. And this is just some of the example, but what I want to emphasize here is that there are a broad range of technologies like drone, which is maybe a big one is expensive, but on the left-hand side is a smartphone which can be used easily, and the second left is what we call in Japanese assist suits, which enable women to do a lot of heavy agricultural work. And the next slide, please. What I like to introduce today is just 2 examples of how actually motivate people to use more digitalization, which contribute to the more active work by women and youth. One is this no-gyo Joshi project. No-gyo is agriculture in Japanese, and Joshi is women. And this is a voluntary network of women working in the agriculture sector. And it's stimulated by the movement by the government, but they voluntarily gathers, and now around 1,000 members of young women farmers, and there are one of the main thing is to full utilization of online technologies, and they are among themselves exchanging and sharing their various experience in management, and otherwise, and also they are having a cooperation with various industries, and contribute to development of various new products, something like working wear for women farmers, which have been neglected by the industries for a very long time. And also they are now actively cooperating with the educational institutions like the high school or universities, and they very much contributed to change the image of farming, which was considered to be a very, very heavy, hard, and sometimes dirty work. But all these are very elegant young ladies who can make a profit by farming. And the effect is that now in various areas of Japan, there are voluntarily emerged a kind of spinning out groups like these. I'm sorry to take time. The next one is platform startup promotion, Inacom. Inaka means countryside in Japanese, and the Inacom is income plus A, and we call it Inacom. So this is not just for limited to women, but for young farmers to have a platform to submit their ideas, and there are also many local industries, and also various designers and those kind of people, and the government is helping them to matching their demand and techniques to have a good production. We are holding a business contest every year. So those two examples show that even if there is a program, there are institutions there, but what really important is to motivate them to actually start acting. And finally, all these new digitalization technology is no one size fits all. So every country must be adapting those to their own condition. But as with humid and warm condition in Japan, we have many common with East Asian, Southeast Asian countries. So we are also making efforts on the international cooperation with many ASEAN countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So before we close, let me go back to each of you for a minute. And we all know that digital technologies will help to improve the way we produce, will reduce transaction costs, will reduce market failures, will shrink value chains, especially the marketing part. So, but the question today was, okay, how it make it more inclusive for women and youth? So the question to each of you, if you can take 1 minute or 50 seconds, is what type of mechanism or incentives you need to be in place there to achieve this goal? So Ron.
Yeah, good question. From my perspective, and particularly in the areas that IFAD works, they tend to be the more remote areas where people are more marginalized and capacity is lowest. So a barrier to the use of technology is always capacity in these areas, or affordability. So for me, the primary method of promoting the uptake of technology has to be trying to deal with the appropriateness of the technology and other kinds of barriers such as cost. Quite often, in our experience, a way of being able to address this is by pursuing partnerships, and this is where both the public and private sector have a key role in coming together to reduce the transaction cost, to improve the accessibility, and to make sure that the technology is appropriate, because it's not a panacea itself.
Mm-hmm. So your proposal is to reduce accessibility costs, so the cost issue is important through partnerships to make it more inclusive.
The cost and the appropriateness of the technology.
Mm-hmm. Pierre.
Yes, it's a difficult question, obviously. I think that first and foremost, we need to make sure that they have access, and that is about capacity, but it's also about coverage. And then I think actually youth are very interested in digital solutions, anything that has to do with smartphones and social media. This is also why we have tried to use social media in marketing of products, so we're using them as a kind of a digital-based market platform for directly from buyer to seller, or from seller to buyer. And I think that's good for youth, but when we talk about women, there are other more difficult access problems that have to do with culture, especially when you work in provinces and districts where there's a very strong representation of indigenous people. You need to know the context. It's very context specific. So I think if you want to have these digital technologies more inclusive, yes, capacity building, yes, access, but also know your context. Mm-hmm. And that is not something you can do overnight.
Okay, so Pierre, you are talking about cost, access again, also capabilities, so youth could have more capabilities and content, basically. Okay, Johan.
Thank you. Well, I agree that we should not look at youth and women as, to reach them in the same way. I mean, I think there are two very different groups in terms of getting them on board here. In terms of youth, for example, you say when, I forgot who showed the number, I think Ron showed the numbers. You know, if you look at the average age of a farmer in the EU, it's 55 years, right? But that's statistics, okay? I mean, that's because the typical owner of the farm is the father of the family in a family farm. So to some extent that's biased. I think there is, though, the most attractive thing of many young people is not so much the farming itself, but basically parts in the food system where there is more entrepreneurial, SME, startups, etc. And so I think you should focus very strongly on this. Education is crucial there, okay? Even if it's attractive for them, at least it requires some form of education. And I think on the gender balance is a bit different. I mean, obviously these things, skills, etc., are also very important, but targeted things to activities where, which are typically where women are much more active, and I think is an important factor there.
Okay. So Johan, if I understand correctly, you were talking about attractiveness for young to work with these technologies, despite farmers are old, but also capacity building so that they can use it properly. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And basically the land ownership is a big thing when you farm, actually, and that's typically the head of the family who has that. So if young people want to be dynamic, I mean, getting a start, you can start a business without owning land if you have access to it.
Thank you. Tetsu.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can point out three points. The first one is already talked about on the first session, the infrastructure for rural area also, so that everybody can access. And the second is, I touched upon it, to develop agricultural service industries. For example, for the manufacturing companies, so there are many service industries in management, calculating, you know, and as this survey shows that a younger generation are more easily know about digital things. Well, that's for sure. But not many people can make their own program, you know. And then now we see various startups specializing to managing farm management, you know, programs. Those are still small companies, but if those companies can develop, it's more easily usable for many farmers. And the third thing is, as I quote two examples, we have to change the, the traditional image of agriculture. As I said, agriculture seems to be, very, very hard and not good work, but it's not. And there's one opportunity here is that because of the COVID, many people stay home, and when they buy buy and eat a good agricultural product is a real pleasure. And many people are now asking how this product, agricultural produce, has been produced, and they want to as they cannot go outside, they want to have some connection with the local things. So this is a good chance for agriculture sector, and also utilizing e-commerce and various things. So if we can explore this way, the future is very bright.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically you are raising also creating new areas like services, assuming that you have accessibility. So colleagues, let me try to summarize a little bit. When we start in this session and the previous session, there were the three typical C's that we talk about digital technologies, which is cost, which is affordability, and also links to the infrastructure to be there, the content and the capability. No, I think they have touched the three areas. Now, the cost and the infrastructure is something that is being discussed as a public good, potentially delivered as a public good with the private sector, and the Broadband Commission is working on that. But if that is the case, then if we have access, if we are able to have access at an affordable price, that means that digital technologies could create a market for inclusion and for reduction of inequalities through the services that you were referring to, because the young people could be the one providing the services that are needed to complement that access. But the second issue, which I think was raised by Joe, is the fact that the market structure and where the women are, for example, normally they are in the processing part of the value chain. So they are in a different segment of the value chain. They are not normally in the production side because they don't own the land. There is an issue of market structure on ownership of land. And therefore, the digital technologies have to be useful for them in the segment they are so that it can be attracted, or until we find solutions in which we can empower them through better access to this type of technologies to handle issues of production and productivity. So digital technologies can help to reduce inequalities, taking into account this market segmentation, and they can also can be a way to attract the youth people through this delivery of services, and also through the additional support that can happen through mechanisms like what IFAD is doing and others to provide them resources to build up different activities that could help to have access to these digital technologies. But also, of course, capabilities will be essential, and that's the capacity building and being able to train them to be there. So in conclusion, I think there is a lot of opportunities, but we need to find the different combinations that really respond to this issue of reduction of inequalities, and hoping that we can reduce the gap of access through the efforts of the Broadband Commission and others which are trying to achieve that, because then many of the issues that you have raised can be brought up and resolved. So with that, let me stop there, and please join me in thanking all the panelists for their presentations, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our moderator as well as all the panelists on the first panel session. Please raise, as we would like to present a memento to all the panelists as well as the moderator on the first panel session. We kindly invite Professor Dr. Dedi Nur Shamsi to kindly present the memento to all panelists as well as the moderator. Professor Dr. Dedi Nur Shamsi present the token of appreciation to all panelists on the first panel session, to Dr. Ron, Dr. Johan, Paras Musan, Tatsuo Ushikusa, as well as to our moderator, Dr. Maximo Torero. And please continue by having a photo session with all panelists and also moderator. Please move one step forward for the photo session. In 3, 2, 1. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our first panel session. It was a very inspiring session where we got insights of how important it is in leveraging the inclusiveness of women and also youth. And we do believe that digital technology, digitalizations will accelerate the women and also the youth involvement in the agricultural sector. Thank you so much once again to the moderator as well as all panelists. And now we should continue to the second panel session. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, so on our second panel session, we're going to have startup companies as well as organizations which share with us regarding sharing current perspective and initiatives to increase the participation and also the capacities of women and also youth in implementing digital architecture. It will be very interesting as the panelists on these sessions are more dominated by the younger generations and also the millennials. It also proves the young involvement in the agricultural sector. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our moderator for the second panel session. He is the Special Staff to the Indonesian President for Innovation, Education and Outermost Region. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage our moderator, Bapak Billy Mambrasar. An energetic and young person leads another young panelist. So, moderator, time is yours.
Check. Thank you so much, Dian, for a very warm introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last panel, but I hope it is not the least panel. So, let me introduce again my name. My name is Billy. I am working closely with the President on a day-to-day basis, advising him on the issues of innovation, education, and outer provinces development. I am also working with the Minister of the Agriculture and also the Head of Human Resources, Bapak Dedi, BPSDM, on cultivating young farmers of Indonesia. We aim to achieve 2 million young farmers to be trained, especially in digital technologies and also entrepreneurship. So, in this session, we'll be inviting 4 inspiring speakers. They've been doing real stuff on the ground in regards with the development of digital technology as well as entrepreneurship. As we know that all the G20 countries are very committed to achieve the sustainable development goals in all sectors, and that is including in agriculture. The question is that how can we keep producing efficiently as in the agriculture output without compromising our commitment to the climate change. And we know that technology plays an important role to facilitate that. So we can keep producing efficiently, we can increase our supply for the food and energy, while at the same time, technology can also increase the inclusion of marginalized group of people like youth as well as women in that sector. And we want to learn from each other. Today we have representatives from 4 countries, and they've been doing entrepreneurship, they've been utilizing technology, and they've also been facing challenges, different challenges of course, and we want to listen straight from them. I want to call them one by one to join me upon the stage. So we've got the first one, which is a very close friend of mine. I've been visiting his farm here in Bali. He's a Balinese by background. He also the CEO of PT Bali, Organic Subak, and an entrepreneur, aspiring entrepreneur. He studied technology, engineering from one of the top universities in Indonesia. But then he decided to come back in his village to not be a technology officer or entrepreneur, but he decided to be a farmer. And he's been teaching the local farmers to adopt technology in increasing their agricultural output. So I want to call upon the stage Mr. A.A. Gede Agung Wardana to join us on the stage. Please give him a round of applause. The second one, we've got a startup, a Chinese-based startup, a China agriculture platform with 882 million active buyers that they've been trained. And they also connect 16 million farmers and booked up to 40 billion US dollars in 2020 alone. It's a very big deal. So I want to call Mr. Chuo Kang Ho, the Vice President of Global Corporate Affairs of Pinduoduo. The third one, a technology-based company who developed a super apps to increase the efficiency of the farmers' work, and the apps that they develop can actually be used without internet connection. So let's call upon the stage Mr. David Davis, the CEO of Agunity. And the last but not least, a representative of a big enterprise, the director of Microsoft Indonesia. He has spent more than 1 decade working in IT ecosystem, an expert in AI, cybersecurity, with a deep passion to develop the human resources of Indonesia, especially the youth, in technology. So let's call upon the stage Mr. Panji Wasmana. All right, welcome guys to the stage. Welcome to Bali for anyone who, for the first time visit this beautiful island. We've got a very tight time, so let's make it short but substantive and meaningful. So I'll give you a couple of questions, and if we have enough time, then we'll be inviting the audience inside the room to also throw questions. The goal is that we're going to be having a summary that we can pitch to the government, especially the representative of the G20, for knowing how to make a friendly ecosystem for the youth and women to utilize technology in agriculture. So I'm going to give the first questions to Bli Agung, or we usually call him Bligung. So Bli Agung, can you give an elevator pitch, right, around 3 to 4 minutes about whatever you're doing in this sector? And I think you've got presentations ready, yeah. So time's yours.
Okay, thank you, Brother Billy. Our Excellency, the head of Human Resources in Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Dedi Nusamsi, Bu Santi, Bu Leli, Pak Bustano, Ibu Sesbara, and all great people, great people, thank you for coming to Bali and welcome to Bali. I'm Agung Weda, I'm from Bali Organic Subak, and now we create community, call it Cool Young Farmers Community. We're doing farmings, we create integrated value chain farming from upstream until downstream, and our vision is organic and sustainable business is how we support our government. Government dream is 2023, Bali becoming an organic island. That's why we do organic farming in our community. Maybe next. And here we are campaigns about the water. If we talk about regenerative farming, if we talk about the sustainability farming, water is very fundamental, not because there's a water there or tree exists, but because tree water exists. Why? We in our community always doing a planting in our forest in Bali. We keep our water, we keep our forest, we keep our soil, we keep our lake to make, we can do sustainability farming. Next. And here, Bali means bantu ayah lindungi ibu. Help our fathers, save our mothers. This is a fundamental meaning of Bali. Fathers is air, father is water, and mother is our motherland. This is how we keep we try to all help our father and our mother to doing planting in our forest, to save our water and save our soil. Next. Petani as a penjaga tanah air negara Republik Indonesia, Indonesian State Land and Water Guard. Farmers is very great activity. Really, farmers is very great job. That's why we doing farmings and let our young people to be doing farming because farmers is very great activity. Next. And here the holistic activity, how we can empowering our young people, can we save our planet, and how we can make our farmers get prosperity in their activity, in their family. Next. And here, farmers, agriculture, we doing fertilization producing, we doing pesticide producing, we doing development agriculture, we doing agricultural education, and we doing farming technology with smart farming that's we do in our community in Petani Muda Keren. It's all Kuliang Farmers community. Next. And in our downstream activity, we're doing food harvesting, modern market export, and doing some mobile apps activity to spread our product to the customer, to the end user. Next. And here our activity in packing house, we're doing export some product like mangosteen, mango, dragon fruit, salaka, and other products. Next. And small-scale integrated smart farming is what we do in Bali because we believe the farming will be spread, will be increased if we're doing a community, if we're doing like an integrated farming. That's why we call it small-scale integrated.
I'll give you
farming.
1 more minute.
Okay, next. Thank you, Billy. Next, empowering young farmers to integrate the value chain. And then next. This is the framework from the farmers to the village because we believe all must be starting in village. If the village going forward, the nation will be going forward. Next. And here our activity with the village business unit because if the village business unit are growing for the farmers, the people cannot must going to the city. They can grow on their village. Next. And here our millennial smart farming, we're doing smart farming with our young people to create effectivity and efficiency in our farming activity from upstream until downstream. Next. And here the digitalization that we talk today, we're doing 3 apps like farmer apps to the farmers, Bosfest to the retail, and the Nabung Tani like fintech to the farmers. Next. And the precision farming fundamental, low-cost farming, we're doing precision farming. Number 2 is high efficiency, and actually the farmers will get more profit and sustainability farming, of course. Next. And here the rural training center is a very fundamental to our farmers to transfer the knowledge to other farmers, other champion, create other champion, other leaders farming, create other leader farmers. Next. And here our rural training center in Bali, we have a lot of activity, learning by doing with the champion. We doing education to the farmers by the P4S or Rural Training Center. Next, to the young farmers. There are 22 of our integrated rural training center here in Bali. There are strawberry, vanilla, paddies, export, and many things. Next. And the output is of the rural training center is to support tourism supporting agriculture. How farmers, agriculture become the fundamental activity and tourism is a bonus from the farming activity. Next. Here we're doing 2 community supported agriculture, how we supported our community in Bali to help them to make integrated value chain farming from upstream and downstream Bali. Next. Thank you. Matur suksma, rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause. We're going to be talking more about whatever you do. So I'll give it to the second speaker. Please do an elevator pitch about whatever you're doing.
Hi. Thanks for having me here. Just a brief intro of Pinduoduo for those who may not know the company. Pinduoduo, or PDD for short, is a Nasdaq 100 company. we have about 900 million annual active buyers, and we've connected about 16 million farmers to the digital economy through our platform. And in 2020, we handled $42 billion worth of agricultural produce through our platform. So we actually started in 2015 as an online produce retailer. So it was a first-party model where we bought from farmers and then we sell them to end consumers directly. So we kind of know the pain point that both farmers and consumers face. We transitioned a few years later into a third-party model, which means we actually connect the buyers and sellers without directly holding the inventory. So right from the beginning, we have seen, we see technology as the key to improving efficiency and farmer incomes. We coined a term called tech for agri, kind of like tech for good, to describe how we approach modernizing agriculture. And there are three main parts. Namely, first, we try to improve the market access through e-commerce. We then try to increase the digital literacy and inclusion through training. And last but not least, we also try to increase the productivity through working with some of the top universities to advance agricultural science and agri-tech. Let me just go into market access a little bit. Currently, about 1 billion consumers have discovered agricultural products through our platform, and they do this directly from farmers. Now, I think most of us are familiar with e-commerce. As a consumer, you can actually go directly now to the farmer and buy oranges, pears, whatever, from the farmer direct. That's what digital technology has given us. So what this has also meant for farmers is that they can now, for the first time, actually connect directly with the people who buy their produce. So previously, it was always wholesalers, so they don't really know what consumers want. So this information is actually quite important, not to mention by removing a lot of the layers of the intermediaries, we actually are able to give a lot of the value add back to farmers. Consumers also get fresher produce, they get a wider range of produce, so it's a win-win for all. And in terms of digital inclusion, I mean, e-commerce is great, but the thing is, if the farmers do not have the digital skills, then, I mean, it's not going to work very well. So in trying to improve the digital skills, we have focused on young farmers. So we call them new farmers. So to date, we have trained more than 100,000 new farmers, and about 126,000 young farmers born after 1995 are actually on our platform selling produce. 1 in 3 of them are women, so we can talk about it later in more detail. But I'll just quickly go to the last point about agri-tech. So even though we are an e-commerce platform, we do believe that if we support agricultural science, basic science research, as well as agri-tech solutions, we can make the whole ecosystem better, and that would just translate into better growing solutions and consumers benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, Mr. David, your elevator pitch.
Thank you. Thank you. We have the presentation?
Yep.
Okay, no worries. So hi everyone, I'm David Davies and I'm the founder of AgUnity. And what we do is take very simple, low-cost smartphones and we transform them to meet the needs of the most remote, low-income farmers in the world. So you can see here on the screen, no, sorry, go back to that slide, please. Can we go back one? Thank you. No, back. Back one. There we go. Okay, you can see all these farmers on the screen. They're from our cooperative in Jima in Ethiopia. What's interesting is most of these farmers had never owned a phone or any technology before we gave them an AgUnity phone. They live in areas with no connectivity, so a normal phone's not much use to them. Most of them have very limited literacy. So using something like the Play Store or downloading an app or keeping it updated is really challenging for them. And also, almost none of them had bank accounts. So if we wanted to provide them technical services or something, how do they pay for the services? So what AgUnity's done, now we can go to the next slide. What AgUnity's done is rethought how the phone works. We've created a super app. We actually adapt the phone at the operating system level. so that the phones can work to record transactions even when they're in an area with no coverage and they push it back later. They've got a really simple interface with big primary colours and geometric shapes, so the farmers don't need to be able to read. They can do the very basic things easily. And because we can control the platform, we can update it, so we don't need them going into the Play Store and things. We can lock the phones if they lose them, lots of features. And then what the phone actually does is really simple stuff. It just ensures, we can go to the next slide now, it just ensures that the farmers can, when they've got a crop, they can hand it over, they can get the right price for it, and they can get paid without it being in cash. And I'll get to a minute why not being paid in cash on the spot is such an important thing. Now, AgUnity's been doing this all over the world for about 6.5 years now in a dozen countries now, and we've got about another 10 projects coming up. Next slide. And we work with predominantly a number of the big NGOs, including some of them have been speaking earlier today. We also work with a number of commodity buyers like Fairtrade and a couple of larger commodity buyers in coffee and cocoa industry, because we help them secure the commodities down the supply chain. Next slide. We've got one project in Indonesia with coffee and cocoa. I really wish we'd run more. It's not for want of trying. We've tried about 5 times to start projects in Indonesia, and it's just been a little bit challenging to get the right funding and support in Indonesia. So hopefully we can change that very soon, because what we do it all the way from Ethiopia to Papua New Guinea to Ecuador. It works in developing areas very well. It'd be extremely well suited for places like West Papua and Indonesian Borneo and other areas where you have the same challenges that we see in Indonesia. Why is that so important? When we're thinking about farming, it's critical that we don't leave people behind. Next slide. So the most important thing I want to say to women farmers, this comes back to the cash issue, and it's particularly exemplified with what we see in the Pacific. We have women farmers that take their crop into the cooperative, and their biggest concern is they're going to bring the money back home. There's nothing to buy in the local store. Like the local store, you can buy noodles and soaps and alcohol. So what usually happens with that money? The men turn up, there's a party, and the money's gone the next day. A most critical thing you can do to empower remote women farmers is just give them the way to be able to hand over their crop, have the money in a secure platform so they can order a solar kit or pay their school fees or just get the money out a little bit at a time. Next slide. And then about the youth. Why this is so important for youth as farmers is it makes farming cool. It also empowers the youth that they become the experts in the technology. They're the ones helping the older farmers. So as our lovely minister from South Africa was saying, making the young farmers have a very important role in the society of farmers is so critical, because then it's not so much just that they can earn money, it's that they've got status in that village. They're helping the old farmers. They will be the ones that will learn about new crops and new technologies. And when they make more money, you don't try to push the old farmers. I grew up on a farm in Australia. Even in Australia, we don't push old farmers. You let someone else solve the problem, and then they'll realize, eventually they'll come along for the ride. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Make the farming cool for the youth and the women. All right. Okay, so the last but not least speaker, Mr. Panji, time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Billy. Good afternoon, all distinguished participants. And I think I have also the presentation. And please continue for the next slide. Yeah. So I think as in Microsoft, right, it's not directly connected to the farming or something like that. But actually, we have done this around 6 years ago. We are building the product what we call the agri farm or farm bits, right, solution. And then the challenge here actually come to our country 2 years back ago, and the challenge from our corporation is you need to find out the way to work with your government and your organization to promote the digital or the precision agriculture model. That's kind of the instruction for our corporation. So we're starting up building the hypothetical models, where we are starting up working with the Ministry of Agriculture, building the MOU, and also at the same time we are working with one of the university, which is IPB or agriculture universities. Next. So through this triple helix model, which is we are representing the industry, we are starting up building the focus group discussion, exploring the market, and we find out actually something that's consistent. we are always talking all the ecosystem and the complexity, but sometimes we miss about the main actor, which is the smallholder farmer itself, right? And then we are working with all the key stakeholders, understand the key pain point, and we see there's a 3 point that we focus on, which is the improve yield, reduce cost, and then ensure sustainability. Next. And again, we are working with the various key stakeholders, including all these FAO and also the World Bank team, to understand about what kind of the opportunity that we can do through the technology, in particular in Indonesia context, right? So we identify 4 different pillars, which is aligned with all this discussion. We are talking about no-farm connectivity. A lot of area, especially we call it a 3-3, which is the area in the remote area where the connectivity in internet is very difficult to get it. And then also talking about the precision mapping in terms of the spatial data in such resolution where we aim to map the smallholder farming area. And then a slow cloud connectivity hindering for all the possible innovation can be done through the cloud technology. And of course, at the end, about the power on the farm, still challenging until today. Next. So looking at all the challenges, we are starting up the next journey is actually inviting all the youth entrepreneurs to join with us in the cultivation or this kind of the 2 months hackathon, right? Usually hackathon has been done within 1 or 2 days, but now we are working in the months of the activities, right? So we invite World Bank, Tani Hub, also formerly Minister of Agriculture itself, and the West Java Province, Plug and Play FAO, to be part of this ecosystem. And then we bring at least 3 different problem statements, talking about enhancing farm productivity, facilitating farmer, and also supporting public sector decision-making process. Next. And this is some of the notable idea and innovation from the cultivation. We have the around 38 best innovation in the agriculture domain. One is about the Dr. Tania from the NeuroFarm solution. This is quite unique, combining the AI capability, including the platform, to help a farmer to handle their pest management system, right? Talking about the intelligent diagnostic using AI, practical insight, also see how the strategy on the cultivation part. Next. And the other things is about the DWC farm technology. It's quite unique, a young entrepreneurship building the one package solution of the sensor to tapping into the soil condition and then provide 24/7 visibility to the farmers and provide all insight on their operation. This is something that quite interesting, and we have many more in terms of the ideation on that time. Next. And this is some of the call to action that we find out as a consistent requirement, consistent request from the ecosystem to all these key stakeholders. One is about the agriculture ecosystem data exchange. This is very important because every key stakeholder need to have capability to share the data, leverage the data, and have the consistent representation of data in order to do the innovation. So we are talking a lot about how to segregate between the commercial data and then open data, and then encourage every ecosystem connected to each other, including the agri-tech startup, agri-processing system, banking and insurance, tech provider, market ecosystem, and including the research institution to join together, collaborate the data, and make better for Indonesia. I think that's my last presentation. Over to you, Pak Billy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Panji. You don't want to miss your flight, I believe, at 8 o'clock tonight, right? So we only have one round of questions, but I'll be starting with Bliagung. We're not going to be talking about whatever you're doing or your companies, but we want to extract your insights so then we can learn from whatever your insights as the actors on the field. Are you optimistic that the young Indonesians will be doing the agriculture, and will they adopt technology based on your experience?
Yes, of course, Billy, because I think the most resiliency activity is in farming today. During COVID, agriculture has become the solution of all things, all activity here. Actually, we here in Bali, and we see our young people drive on technology. That's why we develop smart farming in our community. The young people will be led in the agriculture business or activity, because the stigma of activity in farmer is in dirty, hot and hard will be decreased by the technology. With the smart farming, with the smart irrigation, with smart fertigation, all the efficiency and productivity will be increased. And that's why I believe that the farming with the technology will be increased. A lot of young people will be led in the farming activity, really.
So you're feeling optimistic that?
Yes, really optimistic, and it must be, because in all activity, even farmers, the technology, the digitalization must be in. Yes.
Thanks. David, based on your experience, especially when you work in the countries like Ethiopia, the issue of excluding women from the workforce and invite them to be part of whatever you were doing in agriculture. What is your insights, and are you feeling optimistic that women can be included, especially when we adopt technology in this agriculture sector? Like, for instance, you teach them about the phone using, application.
Well, I'm both optimistic and pessimistic. So if I can fence sit on that one. Firstly, there's incredibly opportunity. Like most of our farmers are women. Women are, and I think I can say this because we work across a dozen different countries from very diverse cultures, right from Ecuador to Papua New Guinea. Women are generally much better users of capital. Like when we see a woman, what do they want to buy? A solar kit for the house so the kids don't have to read in a kerosene lamp. They want to buy new seedlings. They want to grow the farm. Men are much more likely to buy something that's not necessarily as productive, to say it politely. So there's an incredible opportunity for women to do the right thing. But the systems that work in agriculture, time and time again, are biased towards the men. We see situations where women are doing all the farming and they have to hand their crop to the men to take it into town to sell it. And then they've got to, or they can't get paid into a bank account because they can't have a bank account themselves. So those things we have to level up, and those are the things that development organisations and countries can play an incredibly important role in advancing agriculture by levelling the playing field for women. And it's such a simple thing to do. It's just making sure that they have their own access to the money, they have a simple, like a digital platform where they've got their own records on and it's theirs, and that you level out those things so that if they're, there's transparency in the system. So if a woman's taking coffee beans into a washing station, she's getting the same price as the men, and they can all see what everyone else is getting. Those things are eminently fixable, but they're an area where across a lot of countries we work, there hasn't been a lot of attention paid. There's been a lot of attention paid at bigger things. And this comes to another very important point, to speaking on FAO, who's unfortunately left it now. There's about 570 million farmers in the world. About 70 million of those are small, medium and large farmers, like the farmers that we would recognise in Australia. A full 500 million people are what they term micro farmers. Of those, half of them don't have phones, don't have bank accounts and things. So the majority of the farmers, and this applies to a lot of areas in Indonesia and other countries, don't have any sort of facilities for them. When we go to provide those facilities, we have to make sure we don't leave those farmers behind. It's easy to provide advanced marketplaces and technologies and great systems, but where do they always go? The slightly more advanced farmers. And we see the situation where a farmer gets the good technology, he gets the contract with the buyer, and then he ends up buying off all the farmers around him, and they end up getting a lower price than they were before. So we've got to make sure that we keep it equal, and that is the most important thing for women and youth farmers, because the power balance, in farming's historical, right? It's, years ago it was always the old guys in the village. They were the source of information, so they had the power. What we need to do is make sure that we make the similar opportunities to women and youth, and that's totally doable with technology, but it's not always what we see as the focus of the aid organisations and governments.
Excellent. Questions for you, Panji. We have almost 40 million farmers in Indonesia, and technology comes and plays part. Do you see any downside in adopting technology in agriculture in which we actually provide the most jobs for the people in the sector? Well, whereas technology comes, people are afraid it's going to be replacing the jobs.
That's a very good question, Pak Billy. Yeah, that's kind of the doubt when we adopting the technology. That's kind of the automation process will hindering people to be part of this process itself. But I think from the agriculture perspective that we believe the technology will empowering peoples. So it's not replacing the peoples, including the young generation of the farmer. And I think we are agree that technology make farmers like more cool roles than other conventional model farmer. So looking at the experience that we have during all this exercise and hypothetical design on term how we engaging the agriculture domain, we see that the main problem right now is about to equip the young farmer, the millennial farmer, with the adequate understanding on the digital skilling. Not just using the device, but also like Bli Agung, they have the capability to build their own solution on top of this particular platform. At the same time also, we see how the technology connecting farmer with all the decision maker in the Ministry of Agriculture and also in the provincial level. That's the key challenge, and that's something that can be empower every person, including the young farmer, to join into the farmer industry and using the technology to optimize their operation. Yeah.
It's not going to be, you know,
no, not at all, not cost issue. Yeah.
So they say time's up, but no, I want to ask the last questions for Mr. Ho, and I do, you know, I'm very impressed with the numbers that I believe that you beat Alibaba in that case, almost beat Alibaba in the income, but you know, coming from the agriculture sector. Do you see any influence of China, you know, Chinese government in making that happen for your company to be doing whatever you're doing now? And if you want to say something for the whole G20 countries' government representative on what should we do to make it happen in all our countries?
Right. First off, I think as an e-commerce company, we primarily play an enabling role, a connecting role. We are not technology providers per se, like Microsoft. We are not actually doing the farming. To your specific question, we started in 2015, which is kind of an interesting time because at that time in China, that was also the time when we moved from the PC-based internet to the mobile internet. And then around that time as well, a lot of the e-commerce logistics have been built up. So in China, the logistics is actually very developed. You can reach almost every village, no matter how far-flung. And it is actually quite efficient and quite cheap. So you have logistics. And then you have mobile payments, which I think you alluded to for bank accounts. So in China, I would say the mobile payments infrastructure is also very advanced. Many of the farmers in even very rural areas, they have access to mobile payments. So they are able to transact. So I guess my point is, if you have mobile payments and you have logistics, that kind of enables an e-commerce player to come and harvest the fruit.
So you're saying that our government should accelerate the development of infrastructures like logistics and banking available to make it happen in the agriculture sector?
I think every country has to do what's right for itself because obviously the conditions are very different. I think in China, the conditions were such that e-commerce was able to flourish because of the underlying infrastructure for payments and logistics.
Yeah, we should invite you more to speak to our government to give us insights. I'm speaking as I'm one of the government officials as well. So, well, thank you very much, guys. But before closing this up, I want you to give around 30 seconds of last sentence for us to take away as a summary of our tonight's discussion, starting from Pak Panji, and you're going to be the last, Le Agung.
Thank you so much. I think Indonesia is, and also the G20 in terms of the context here, empowering every person, every farmer with the technology and also the connectivity and right regulation is very key to ensure that all the movement in terms of digitalization in agriculture can be done perfectly. Yeah, that's my statement.
David.
I'd say an important thing to always remember is a rising tide lifts all ships. And if we help the least fortunate of society, they generate more produce. they earn more money, so they buy more products, and the whole nation prospers. So if you want to stimulate Indonesia's economy, the first thing we should think about is the lowest income farmers. Let's lift them up a bit, and everyone else is going to benefit.
Mr. Hon?
Yeah, I think creating the right incentives for all the different stakeholders is important. For the consumers, for e-commerce, they want to find the best agricultural produce, fresh, wide variety, good quality, organic, whatever. For the farmers, I mean, if you tell them to invest in agri-tech, why should they? But if you tell them if you invest in agri-tech, you improve your productivity and you can sell, and there are people who are willing to buy and pay higher prices, then that will work. So I guess what I'm saying is there has to be a virtuous cycle, like a positive flywheel. So creating the right incentives for everyone, having a win-win-win is very important.
Thank you. Last, you want to add something? Yeah, please.
I was just kind of hoping he was going to say that's what China already did.
I was hoping so. Thanks, David. All right, last but not least, Putra Daerah Bali.
Yes, thank you, Billy. Farming is future, so we must always empowering our young farmers to create positive change by doing organic farming, natural farming. We save our earth, we save our soil, we save our water, and we must thinking integration, integrated value chain farming from upstream until downstream. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause for everybody on the stage here. Thanks, guys. You've been doing amazing, and I'm going to hand it over to you, Mbak Dian. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Let's stand up. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our moderator as well as all panelists in this session. And now, please remain on the stage for the memento of appreciation. We would like to invite Ibu Dr. Siti Munifah as the Executive Secretary of the Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Extensions and Human Resource Development of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia to kindly present the memento on the stage, please. All of the panelists will got the token of appreciation as well as our moderator for this second session. Thank you so much to all panelists. Panji Wasmana, Director of Microsoft Indonesia. David Davis, CEO of Ag Unity Australia. Cho Kong Ho, Vice President of Global Corporate Affairs, Pinduoduo China. Ana Agung Gede Agung Wedatama, CEO of PT Bali Organic Subak Indonesia, and our moderator Billy Mambrasar. Please have a photo session for a while with Ibu Dr. Siti Munifah. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. And now with another pose. One more pose in 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now return back to your chair. Thank you as well to our moderator, Bapak Billy Mambrasar, and all of the panelists on the second session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, continuing our agenda on the Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship, we still have one last session, which will be the most important one, as it will be the grand final of our Global Forum. The session is the closing session in which we will also hear the conclusions of the whole session that we have during our discussion in this Global Forum, starting from the high level or the high ministerial dialogue, which showcasing you the ministers and then also the high officials regarding their initiatives, their policies, and also their priority on the women and also youth entrepreneurships issues in the agricultural sectors, and then continue with the keynote speeches, and then also the first and also the second panel session. So we're going to also follow this closing session or the conclusion session. And for this conclusion session, as our closing part of this Global Forum later on, once we finish the closing session, we're going to present you with another traditional dance as the closing of this Global Forum. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let us follow the closing session by having the conclusion as the wrap-up of our Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite to deliver the closing and also the conclusion of our Global Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. He will deliver the closing remarks and also the conclusion. Please welcome Professor Dr. Dedi Nur Syamsi, Director General of the Agency of Agricultural Extensions and Human Resource Development of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Professor Dedi, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Secretary General of Ministry of Agriculture of Indonesia now is having another meeting, so that he asked me to deliver these closing remarks, include wrap-ups of our discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon and greetings to all of you. Please allow me to begin by congratulations the Global Forum team for organizing this important event that addressing digital agricultural transformation in accelerating women and youth entrepreneurship. Today we learned the elaborations on the role of digital transformation from different stakeholders in accelerating women and youth entrepreneurships and hence contributing to creating more inclusive, resilient and sustainable agricultural and food system. Distinguished Minister, Excellencies, Deputies, and Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to highlight the main points from the discussion. Our Minister underlined the importance of digital agriculture in the era of Industry 4.0. Manual labor is replaced by mechanization and digital technology for precision farming. At the same time, digital agriculture also targeted women and young entrepreneurs who heavily exposed with this technology and could contribute significantly to transform rural agriculture to be more productive and attractive to enter the agricultural sector. We all agree that digital transformations opens an important opportunity for accelerating women and youth business opportunities across agri-food system to take constant steps to ending hunger and poverty, as mentioned by Director General of FAO. Moreover, digital technology offers opportunities for smallholder farmers and rural communities to access tools and knowledge using mobile phone. This is in line with the fact that the Asia-Pacific region is the one of the tested growing markets for digital agricultural services. Thus, digital infrastructure is important to be developed to ensure digital connectivity and capacity in rural areas. From the high-level ministerial dialogue on priorities, action, and partnership, we learn that all of speakers have mentioned the importance to invest on human resource development for youth and women to connect with digital technology through university and other extension platforms. For example, Canada established Youth Council 35 as a platform to share expertise and training, Turkey also developed new IT technology in agriculture to improve productivity and food quality, as well as empowering the women cooperative in rural areas. We all agree that knowledge is power. Digital technology can provide actual access to farmers, even the last miles, to access beneficial information, innovation, and improve their welfare. Today, we heard that experience from South Africa providing subsidy fostered through the application for women to shorten the bureaucracy process. The international organizations have demonstrated the important role of women and youth in digital transformation through development programs across the world. IFAD promotes transforming food system with digital agriculture through youth entrepreneurship and employment support services. Yes. Program to leverage the implementation of digital agriculture by revitalizing the roles of women and youth in rural areas. CJR recommend policy actions such as showcase successful innovation to accelerate the impact platform with bright science and entrepreneurship, as well as investing in communication infrastructure to bridge the present digital divide. Distinguished Minister, Excellencies, Deputies, and Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we underscore that the startups in digital agriculture are dominated by youth, and this even they have shared their current perspectives and initiative to increase the participation and capacity of women and youth in implementing digital agriculture. Some important experiences also from Bali Organic Subak, Duo from China, Microsoft Indonesia, and Agunity from Australia. Finally, we hope this event could leverage the view of relevant stakeholders to give insights and increase a better understanding on current policies, development programs, and successful experiences toward digital agricultural transformation as a key enabler for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and it is important to create digital agricultural forum among G20 members. With this, I conclude the Global Forum today. Again, thank you very much for your active participation and enjoy your time in Bali. We hope you will have a good rest to success the Agriculture Minister meeting tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Dedi Nur Shamsi, Director General of the Agency of Agricultural Extensions and Human Resource Development of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, by this, we have concluded the whole arrangement for the Global Forum on Digital Agriculture Transformation in Accelerating Women and Youth Entrepreneurship. We thank you everyone for being an active participants during this Global Forum, and thank you so much once again for following the whole agenda. Let's give a round of applause for each of you who are still here until the end of the program. Well now, ladies and gentlemen, before we close, as I said earlier, that we have a closing dance to all of you. This is the Sekar Jagat dance, the traditional Balinese dance. And after that, we invite you to join us for the casual or the informal dinner at the Taman Gita restaurant located at this hotel. There will be signage to proceed to the Taman Gita restaurant. You will just need to go right away after we finish the whole arrangements for this global forum. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. Enjoy the dinner and also enjoy the dance. I'm Dian Ariswari signing off. Remember Bali, and if you remember Bali, please remember me. We'll see you again tomorrow at the Agricultural Ministerial Meeting. Have a great day. Sekar Jagat Dance. Once again, thank you so much to all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we invite you to join us for the dinner at the Taman Gita restaurant. It's a casual dinner, so please just go right away to the Taman Gita restaurant. Thank you and enjoy.